at 49 minutes. The Scout Beetle. Look at that. How cool does that look? We're going to build that. I think it's pretty cool. Why did it say organisms awaken? Scout, it's from ROKR. It's a mecha organism? Mecha organ. That's what it says, mecha organ. Scout Beetle, mechanical age, organisms awaken. Metal flapping membranous wing. I think that's the inner wing. Scanning searchlight. So this has LED. Nuclear propulsion. I mean, I don't know what they're talking about here. Maybe that's just like sort of a theoretical thing. I don't think there's nuclear propulsion in this Beetle. It looks like there's some lights under the wings, a light on top, and I'm not sure where those lights are coming from. I think maybe, look, if you see this orange color here and this orange color here, probably behind that wing is a blue light that we can't see from our angle. It's a fairly light box. I actually think that the pieces are going to be pretty big. If you look at the wing here and the other wing here, you know what? For all I know, it's ROKR, so it's got to be an assembly, but there may not be that much to assemble. I guess we're going to find out in a minute. It may be like big pieces, that you just like snap together. It's a metal puzzle, which is not my specialty. I think I did 2 metal puzzles in the past and failed at both of them. So, wish me luck. Let me get my metal puzzle tools, which is clipper and needle nose pliers, tiny ones. Because these puzzles are notorious for making these tiny pieces that you barely even could see. Although this is for 8+, so maybe it'll be easier. Maybe I'll have to move to the full-size clippers and needle nose, because these are little tiny, like babies, as you can see. Alright, let's go. So Trump announced that he's running for president today, which I think everyone knew that he was, but it's a little awkward because he should have won in 2020. I know people are saying like, oh, it wasn't that he was cheated, it's that they changed all the rules, didn't go through the legislator, had ballot harvesting, ignored the challenges, ignored the signatures. Well, I mean, at what point does that number of abnormalities and skirting the law because of COVID add up to he was cheated? I mean, let's just put it this way. Do you think there's 71 or 81, whatever's the number? Do you think there's 81 million people who genuinely wanted Biden to be president? I mean, just ask yourself that question. And whatever you think the answer to that is, then that's how you feel about it. So, if you think that yes, then I guess there was no issue. But if you think that sounds a bit odd, I mean, Obama in 2012 got 62 million votes, if I'm not mistaken. So, are you looking at Biden getting 19 million more votes than Obama? What do you think about that? Does that sound like what you would expect? Again, this is all your opinion. I'm just asking questions. My opinion doesn't matter. I'm a guy who puts puzzles together. Your opinion matters. Anyway, I think it's awkward because whatever happened, and I don't want to say that whatever happened is going to happen again. I think, obviously, there were some differences in some states this time around, in the midterms, but, like, Arizona wasn't any different. So here's some tools that come in here. It's a file, 2 screwdrivers, 2 toothpicks, and a little baby wrench. Do you think we should use those pieces or use our own pieces? I don't really know. We can start with their stuff. Oh my goodness, that is some tiny pieces. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Well, it's not going to be done tonight. Look at that. This could be complex. Oh my goodness. I'm just like floored by by all of these tiny pieces. I mean, what is this? Okay, this is not going to be done tonight. I don't even think I'm going to start this tonight, should I? Let's look at the first few pages of instructions and see what they got. See what they're asking for. This is a doozy. This is a doozy. All right. Pretty strong plastic here. Oh, that's nice. I mean, it looks really cool. Can we actually put it together? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 sheets of... I thought this was a metal puzzle, but are these plastic pieces? So this is a plastic puzzle, but it looks kind of like a metal puzzle in the assembly, the way it's assembled. This is part metal, part plastic. There's a battery pack. I don't know if there's a battery in there. There's an on-off switch. Let's just open the book and see what they have to say. There's the code. I'll add that to the... and it actually says code. Code N0... Wait, what is that? Code 002. Code 002. Not code 002. Code O, and then 0, then 2. I don't know. Code N02. Kind of a weird code, but that's it. I'll put that. Let me write that now so I don't forget it, because that's so weird. Code N002. That's the code. ROKR. All right. Parts list. This is a parts list like if you got a piece of gym equipment that you're going to assemble, or some IKEA furniture that you're going to assemble. This is not what you normally get with a puzzle, but it's ROKR, so it's a puzzle, right? So this is a puzzle of the likes of which I've never seen before. The book has staples, you know, kind of like Life magazine. We were just looking at those cards from Life magazine. Yes, this is something. This is something of which we have not seen before. Code N02. So, Scout Beetle Mechanical Age Organisms Awaken. Warning. Product is for people who are 8 and older. Children who are under 8 years old must assemble under guidance of adults. Instructions of using the nipper pliers. When cutting, make sure the nipper plier fit tightly to the parts. Oh, did they give us pliers? I don't see any pliers. There's no pliers here. I mean, I have pliers. Are they talking about using my own pliers? Those are 2 screwdrivers, right? There's no pliers in here. I don't know what they're talking about. Leftover cutting points can be polished with the sandpaper. When cutting, make sure the nipper plier fit tightly to the parts. All right. This is a screwdriver. This apparently is a nipper plier. And what they mean by that is you push this at the point and you break it by pushing this. That's stupid. We're gonna use this. Maybe we'll try this just to see what they gave us, but we're not gonna use that. All right, completion diagram. So we're gonna build this. All right. So we're starting with the base. Install batteries and make sure it is off. All right, so install batteries. Sounds pretty easy, right? It is in a off position. Here's the batteries. They require a screwdriver. What batteries go in here? AAA? I wonder, did they give us batteries? I don't think they did. Everything all night was giving us tools, and but this thing looks like you gotta get your own batteries. Yeah, some AAA batteries. I got them. No worries. Do I have 3 of them though? That is exactly how many I have. If it was AA, I've got 4 of them. But I have exactly 3 of the AAA. All right. Did I put those in right? I think so. Did I damage this battery? Why am I seeing the metal color? One of them I see the metal color. I don't know why that is. Hopefully it's an okay battery. You know, I think I used it somewhere else and it was kind of stuck. That doesn't look good. Anyway, it's just a AAA. I don't think I'm going to get hurt by it. All right, it has an on-off switch. And it has some live wires sitting here. So I think I'm just going to leave this in the off position until the directions tell me otherwise. All right. The next question says remove, the next instruction is remove film on the surface. But not the surface of this. Surface of a little ROKR nameplate. I think this is it. There's the ROKR nameplate. That is some tiny little pieces in there. This is going to be an intricate build. And these are metal pieces. So these big pieces are plastic, but the little pieces are metal. All right. Do you think there's any film on here? I can't tell. They said there is, so I guess there is. Well, by the time I remove the film, I'll probably also bend it. But you need to bend it to install it, so I guess it's not a big deal. All right, the film is removed, as the instructions said. I said remove film. We removed film. What's next? Remove film on the surface. Next, it shows this being screwed in, but it doesn't say in words to screw it in. There's the holes. So it shows that we need something called P31 times 2. So we're going to need to go to the parts list to see what P31 is. I mean, obviously it's a screw, but to the extent that we can get the right screw, exactly the right screw, we want to do that. P31, it's a black 6mm screw. All right, 6mm, 343. that's about 6 millimeters. 5.96. All right, a black 6 millimeter screw. What bag did the nameplate come from? This one? There are no screws in that bag. No, there are. There's 2 tiny black screws in there. Are they 6 millimeter? Oh my goodness, they're so tiny I can't even see them. I'm gonna need a magnet to get them out. They are smaller than 6 millimeter. What do you think? Do I still grab them? I mean, I can't even see them. Yeah, those are screws. Now, are they 6 millimeter? These things are clearly smaller than 6 millimeter. I mean, it's not debatable. Yeah, 6 millimeter. There is a black 4 millimeter screw. It's called P17. So this is not the screw we're looking for. We're looking for it says bag 8. All right, good. See, good thing we checked. Bag 8. All right, that's bag 1. So let me see if P17 is in bag 1. It doesn't say which. Oh, bag 3. So what is in bag 1? By the way, there's another ruler down here. Nipper plier. By the way, here's nipper plier. So we have one, but it's not in this bag. So that second thing, I don't know. It doesn't show that second thing. So I guess that is the nipper plier, but in the picture it shows this. But in the bag, you get this. That's the nipper plier, I guess. All right, anyway, bag 8. 5, 8. I see bag 8. All right, we're looking for a black 6 millimeter screw. There you go, black 6 millimeter screw. Now, how can I get just 2 of these out without like spilling them everywhere? Oh, this is gonna be a mess. There's 6 of them in there, and I don't know how I'm gonna get out just 2 without losing the rest. But that's our mission. I guess I'll face them pointing up in the box that they came from. That's the plan. All right, here it comes. I only need 2. So I gotta get 1 to come out and 1 to stay in. Of course they both come out. All right, there's my 2 6 millimeter screws. Now I gotta put the third one back in. Yeah, there was a lot of news today. There was this case with Harvey Weinstein and Gavin Newsom's wife was like, I shouldn't laugh, but go look at the article yourself. It was like horrifying. Wow, that was some news. I don't recommend you read that article, only if you have a strong stomach. But that was some news. I regret. It's like some of those things you can never unsay. Well, this was just a text description, and I already saw more than I wanted to. All right, so that's it. Now, how are we going to make this happen? I don't have enough hands. How am I going to hold the plate on and hold the screw on? All right, I'm going to line the screw up, and then I'm going to start screwing it in. There does seem to be a magnet in the screwdriver. That's helpful. Or is the magnet in the screw? I don't know. They seem to be magnetic to each other. I don't know which one's magnetic and which one's metal, but they stick together. That's the point. All right. It's a lot of work considering all we're doing so far is putting the nameplate on. And I probably did that off camera. I gotta remember to lean forward so I'm on camera. Or adjust the camera so it's backward. So it's back here, not backward. All right. We gotta screw this in until this metal bends. Or do we bend it first and screw it in second? I would think you screw it in and it just bends on its own as a result of being screwed in. This screwdriver is like, it's like nothing. I have my own screwdrivers. I don't know why I'm not running and grabbing them. I should. Tomorrow I'm gonna have tools ready. For today, I'll just work with this, but tomorrow I'm gonna have my own tools. I have screwdrivers that are this small, but in reach without getting up, I have only ones that are bigger than this. But tomorrow I'll have ready the small ones. All right, one side is in. Oh, look at that. You can put another tool there and spin it. Basically, it's a hex. It has a hex end. So you can put like ratchet or bigger screwdriver or whatever you want back there. Anything that'll grab a hex, wrench, whatever. All right, we put the stupid nameplate on. That was the first instruction. All right, what's next? Ooh, we're gonna do some electrical wiring. Pick out the wires with the screwdriver. And there's gonna be a little like receiver there. Once we pick it out, supposedly, let's see. There it is. That is indeed a very tiny. There's probably a better word for that. I'm calling it receiver, but something's obviously gonna clip in there. That is tiny. All right, that was box one. Put in batteries, screw on nameplate, pick out the cables. That's one. Moving on to page two. How is this still box one? It's one, and then it says a 2 in angle brackets. Like, so this other one was like 1-1. Yeah, you see the 1 in angle brackets. So this was 1-1, and this is 1-2. Can you tell me why this couldn't be just 1 and this be 2? Okay, it's some sort of grouping system, because now I see that 2, it shows you exactly what it's going to build when it's complete, and then it shows you the parts, and then 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, those are the steps. Maybe it even goes on to 2-4, 2-5, 2-6. Yeah, so there's 6. All right, so they got their own little system for the book. I'm telling you, this is like no puzzle I've ever done. There's probably puzzles like this that exist. I haven't seen that higher percentage of the puzzles, but I'm now curious to know if there are puzzles like this or not. Because it's the first one I'm seeing like this. It's interesting. Let's keep going. Wow, the next instruction says pull out circuit board. Pull out circuit board. From where? Like here? Power circuit board. No. Power circuit board. Where did I read pull out circuit board? It says power circuit board. Wait, am I supposed to pull this even further out? No. If I pull that any further, it's going to break. So then what are they showing me here? Put Mars into groove as shown. Oh, there's another piece that we need. They're not showing us this. They're showing us what that connects to. And I guess the first thing we need to do is find that. There's its legs. Alright, I don't see any circuit board there. So I guess it's in this box. Wings. Screws, hooks, gears. That looks cool. Not even sure what that is, but it looks very cool. Alright, here we go. Here's the circuit board. I'll tell you, there's a lot going on there. Alright, so we need part B8, which is probably going to be in bag 2. Oh, here's the part list. Cooling fan, metal nameplate. These are some cool parts. Metal gear, spring, gold. There's a gold spring. Prepare yourself. Wow. Wings. Alright, circuit board. No, motor. Power circuit board. That's the name of the piece. Power circuit board. Quantity 1. But it says here P11 and it says here B8. So which is it? Anyway, I think I could find it based on how it looks. Okay, bag number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces in bag number 2. 1, 2, 3. Let's just dump them all out. Circuit board. Searchlight. Double signal light. Alright, which one of these is the power circuit board? That should be the searchlight. Here's the controller board. Here's the motor. There's the motor. I might be putting this stuff all back in a minute, but I'm just trying to find the piece that I need. Alright, this is the double signal light. No, that's not the double signal light. This is what I'm looking for. This is the power circuit board. Alright, that's the power circuit board, and this is the double signal light. So there's the piece I need. The other pieces are going back. Motor, single searchlight, and controller board. I think I got those names right. Searchlight, controller board, motor, and the piece we're going to use is this piece, which is called a power circuit board. So I think this is going to clip into that, but let's just read the instructions. All right, power circuit board. Okay. The reason why it's mentioning B8 is we got to feed that through. B8. Where is B8? And we need screws, but let's just find B8 first. Is it not listed on the parts? I don't see any B's. I see wings. Before assembly, cut the connecting points with a nipper plier. Well, I don't see anything that says B8, but maybe, okay, C, D, E. All right, so one of these bags is B. All right, this bag is B, and one of the parts, I guess, is going to be 8. So let's look for B8. Do they have numbers? Or am I just, that looks like the piece. That definitely looks like it. It's labeled 12. All right, let's see if there's something labeled 8. All right, this is the piece. I don't know why I said that piece. That probably goes on top at some point. All right, yeah, and this is 8. So let's try those nipper pliers. I think they want us to use these, but they gave us this. So I just want to see what happens when we try to use this. It might not do anything, but let's see. That's not going to work at all. All right, nipper pliers it is. All right, this is number 8. How do I get close? All right, that worked. I think that worked. It's kind of like shaving. I can't tell if I'm cutting all the way through or not. Are these pliers garbage? Why are they not cutting through? Oh, it's already cut through. So basically it just was still staying in place, but it was cut through. And in fact, because I did it 10 times, I chewed up the piece, so I'm not doing that anymore. I'm just cutting once, assuming it's through, and moving on. So I learned my lesson. First one I cut 10 times when, yeah, it was already cut. Those extra 9 cuts did nothing. All right, now, what are we supposed to do? Feed this through here. And which side is up? Any electricians out there? It's probably important that we get this right. All right, I think it's this side up. Now, how do we get it to stay there? I see 4 screw holes. Yeah, there's 2. Oh, wow, there's 3 screw holes in this little plate. One of them, okay, one of them's not a screw hole. One of them's a pinhole. And there's a pin there to hold it in place while we get the other 2 screws on. Kind of like a guide. That pin is a guide. I assume. I'm actually just assuming. All right, so let me not go any further until I get the piece. The piece is number 3. No, the piece is P16. I need P16. So that part before was P11, and this is B8. And now I need some screws that are P16, which is a 4mm gold screw. 4mm gold screw. That's in bag number 3. I see gold screws in 6, 7, 8, tool. There's no number on that bag. 1. What did I do with that bag I had before that I said I was going to leave like facing up? I think I just completely lost that bag. Oh man. Well, I remember it was, I remember what it looked like. Yeah, there it is. Okay, it was bag 8, and there it is. All right, so now we need bag 3, right? Bag 3, and we need a 4mm gold screw. 2 of them. All right. 4mm gold screw. That's what that is, all right. 4mm gold screw. I have downstairs this set of these mini screwdrivers, including the ones like for game controllers and electronics. I just gotta carry it to my desk before I start streaming tomorrow. I mean, it's like 20 feet from where I am right now, but it's on a different level of the house. Wow, it's real easy to lose these pieces. They're like the world's tiniest nothing, these pieces. Is it an Allen wrench? It's like a hex. I don't know if it's a part of this bugger or if it's a Allen wrench. Screws are definitely magnetic. Well, I think those are the right size, but I'm not really sure. Let me try this. Yep, that is a screwdriver. It's just such a little baby. Yep, that's a screwdriver. All right, let's see if we can do this. It's catching. Before I drive it all the way in, let me do the other one. I got the nub on and the screw in, but let me just get the other screw in before I tighten anything. Okay. That's catching as well. We're doing good. There you go. All right. So power circuit board, B8, P11, 2 P16s, that's good. Camber the wires for easier assembly later. Excuse me? Is there something I didn't do? Camber the wire for easy assembly later? What does that mean? Camber? All right, let me just do a quick Google search here. Slightly convex or arched shape of a road over a horizontal surface. So basically they want us to stick our finger under the wire and mold the shape of it. And for some reason that's a good idea. All right, we did it. Actually, I'm not sure if we did it. I'll kind of, basically there's a single and now I turned it into a hump. So I cambered the wire for easy assembly later. All right, now B12, pay attention to the wires, and then 3 P30s. P30s are screws. B12 is something that fits this. I guess it's probably this piece. Yeah, that's B12. Sure enough. Get that out of there. Done. All right. There's B12. Now we need 3 P30s. A P30 is a 5mm black screw in bag 7. 5mm black screw in bag 7. All right. Bag 7. Where the hell is bag 7? What the heck? 4, 3, 5. Like, seriously, I can't find a bag? No, nothing. 2, tool. 8, which is the one we ripped open. 1, I guess this is 7. Yeah. All right, so it's another one we got to open up. And there are a shitload of P30s, aka 5mm black screws. At the moment, we need 3 of them. They're magnetic, right? So maybe I can just grab one like this. One. Where'd it go, though? There it is. All right. Oh my goodness, it's so tiny. 1. I can't even get the screwdriver in this bag. 2. 3. There's 3 of them. A 4th for good luck, I guess. Right. Now, to screw this in, it says, pay attention to the wires. And the only thing I really see about the wires is that this thing goes in between the 2 wires. It doesn't show like any particular color on any particular side. other than looking at the orientation of this thing, which is this way. So I don't think it matters a great deal, but I'm going to keep it that way. And I'm going to put this through. And then what? Does it go in here? I'm just trying to pay attention to the wires like they said. I think the 3 screws come from the underside. Should I snap it in? I think I did it. I mean, of course I need to put the screws in, but I think otherwise it's done. Yeah, the 3 screws all go on the underside. And you can see the holes there. 2 of them are obvious, and the 3rd one is there. So, I mean, I think I got it. Just lock it in for good measure with the 3 screws. Wow, it's like assembling a video game controller from scratch. That's what this job feels like. This puzzle, apparently this is a puzzle. I feel like it's an assembly. It's definitely something like, yeah, it's like if IKEA sold game cartridges. Not game cartridges, game controllers. That's what this assembly is like. Like here, you put it together. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one. Tiny screws, need a tiny screwdriver. All right, that's done. We just attached 2 pieces around some screws. We attached 2 pieces around some wires and did put 3 screws in. I don't know, it looks like something. Not sure what, but something's happening there. All right, so now we move on to 2 more screws. And these 2 screws are going to attach in there. This is going to go in there. But first, we need to attach the wires. And then we need to shove them in there. Put wires into groove as shown, then tighten screws. Put wires into groove as shown, then tighten screws. All right, this is going to take all my powers of concentration. Please excuse me for a minute while I study this map. Those wires bend, all we got is garbage. Those little attachment wires. All right, I'm not sure how to test it. I would like to have gotten like a clicking sound or something, would have been nice. But I think the connections have been made. I mean, I did a bunch of Ethernet jacks recently, and this looks as good as any of those, so I think it's good, but I don't know. All right, now we need the 2 screws actually, 2 P31s. Does the 8 mean bag 8? Where's P31? Yeah, the 8 means bag 8. 6mm black screw. It's a thick black screw. So there was a 5mm black screw, but here's the difference. It's thick. It's I think this is showing. I'm not sure how to read the diameter. 2 times 6. So it's 6 in length, 2 millimeters in thickness. Right, it's in bag 8. Oh my goodness, am I dumping this stuff? That's bag 7. Here's bag 8. All right, there's only one type of screw in there. So as thick as it is, we can't mess up because there's only one type of screw here. So that's the type we're taking. Bag 8 only had one type of screw. All right, so we shoved the wires back in and we screw this on and we're done with this step. Why does that remind me of the Cobra Kai logo? This piece we're screwing in for some reason. I don't know, maybe the color scheme, the shape. Anyway, we did something. It's going to be some light bulb or something there at some point. This too might also, I don't know. I mean, let's see. We definitely just powered up something. All right, what's next? Next is observe. Observe that we've done this correctly. I agree that we have. All right, what's next? Polish the cutting points with a sandpaper stick. We're going to attach A9 to A11, but we need to polish some points first. All right. A9 and A11. I think it's these 2 pieces. That's A7, A10. I don't see A11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 12. Oh, there's 11. That's 11. And the other piece. What was the other piece? 9. Interesting. All right. All right, I got them. I got the pieces. Let's take 11 out first. So this is the one I'm most likely to forget which one it is. All right, it specifically said to file this piece. It means it could be a moving part. And they don't want any rough edges. specifically where it was cut out. That's where I'm supposed to file. I think it was pretty good, but whatever. They said file, I file. Looks pretty good now. All right. On this piece. Ooh, I almost cut the wrong spot. Maybe I even did cut the wrong spot. All right. Now, how did this go together? This piece, I think. This somehow goes onto that? How? Oh, yeah, that's pretty easy. There we go. Do we put a screw in there for safekeeping? Doesn't show it. Oh. There's going to be something else coming there in a minute. There is a screw from the bottom. But I think it's going to a different assembly, which is, it's basically this 2-1. It's a pretty complex thing that needs to happen. I need a minute to study it. It's going to go through this. It's going to go through a gear, and then it's got 2 screws that kind of go together. And those are A1 and P29. And P21 also goes there. So A1. Wait, so A1, does that mean it's a plastic screw? Yeah, it kind of makes sense. And then the metal screw is going to screw into that plastic screw. So this is A1, this thing right here. Almost lost the piece. Wow, is that piece need to be sanded off? It's so huge. I don't know if it's like part of it or not. Yeah, no, it's supposed to be sanded off. Wow, that is serious. So this is like, I gotta recut this. This is so far off. Now it can be sanded. All right. All that just to get the piece. Next is P21. P21 is a gear. That's in bag 4. Yeah, P21 is a gear in bag 4. All we get is an illustration. Why do we only get an illustration? It's going to make it tricky. All right, which one does it look most like? I mean, come on. There's like clearly pieces that are like similar in size. Like, how am I supposed to tell these two apart? Does it possibly not matter? Like P21 and P25, they look exactly the same. Ah, okay, quantity 2. All right, so there's 2 of these. That's why they look the same. There are 2 of these P21s. But here's another one. No, that's different. All right. So it's one. I just need to take one of those two. All right. I was like panicking over nothing. We're almost up to 2 hours. All right. I'm going to have to stop. Let me just finish this, what I'm doing here, and then I got to stop. I mean, I'll tell you, it's so far quite a nice puzzle. I can't wait to get to work. I'm going to get straight to it tomorrow. There's not going to be any unboxings or anything. We're just going to dive right into this. All right. P29. P29 is in bag 6, 5mm gold screw. This is a whole bag of 5mm gold screws. And we just need one of them. Had one of them by gravity, dropped it, and now I got nothing. Is it like reversing the gravity at some point? Not gravity, magnetics. Or are they? No, not the time to discuss that. Okay. Right. I think I'm supposed to drop this on here and then put this on top of it, through it really, and then squeeze it while I'm putting the screw here. I think there, yeah. Let's see. If this attaches to the assembly, we'll do it tonight. If it doesn't, we'll pick up tomorrow with whatever. Oh my goodness. Did I get it? I feel it. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I just did to my wrist. I was like trying to hold some weird position. I'm not sure if this is working or not. Well, the gear spins. By the way, there's a hex there. Do you remember that pole that one of these bags had? That hex, that little hex pole? It doesn't say to use it, and it's not in the tools, but it might fit. You know, at this point, I can't even find it. I remember it was there. It was like a hex bar. What is this garbage? Glue? I don't even want to know. All right, I think that's in there pretty good. So we got our first gear installed. Let's see what happens on the next instruction. When it's all done, it's gonna look something like that. I'll put that off camera where I can see it. I got my clippers here, I got my screwdrivers, instruction book. some tools they gave us. The tools plus a bunch of bags of screws. I think there were 3 of the bags were like the type that spill. So I taped them together last night. Now I can't find them. Oh, here's the 3 of them. I gotta find something to like pour those in if we don't finish them tonight. For now, while I'm working here, it's not a big deal. I'll just try to be careful. I'm gonna take the plastic off of these 2 sheets. While I do that, let's grab a card. Is there something you tend to take for granted? What can you do to change that? Well, there's a really card that really sticks it to you, right? There's no good answer to that. Well, there's good progress that can come from that, but there's nothing good about answering that question publicly. So I think I'm not going to answer it publicly. I'm just going to think in my mind of what I'm taking for granted and what I can do to fix that. Because that's obviously, you don't want to take things for granted. And so I encourage you to think about that question. And it's not just like because it's unfair that you take it for granted. And it's also not just that if you take it for granted and don't maintain it, it could go away. I'm just thinking specifically if that thing is a person or an entity that's made up of people. I mean, there's got to be if you said you take the sun for granted, like the sun in the sky that provides light, I mean, you'll probably be fine. The sun's not gonna go away anytime soon, I don't think. And there are people who didn't take the sun for granted and they would worship the sun. So this question can be taken to the extreme and go in the wrong direction. I don't think the sun needs to be worshipped. I think it's just going to do its thing regardless. So really, I think we're talking about, in the emotional, we're talking about humans, but there could be things in the physical realm. It could be, let's say you take fresh water for granted. You think there's always going to be fresh water. Well, there's no guarantee there's just always going to be fresh water. That's not something, I understand about the sunlight. It's however far away, and, I'm not sure we could stop the sun if we wanted to. But the fresh water, there's only so much of it. It's got to go through the salt water. Yeah, there's probably always going to be salt water, but the fresh water, there's a process that, to getting the fresh water. And yes, it's a natural process. It's something that can be abused, and you can end up causing problems, mainly not having fresh water. So that's not good. So you don't want to take that for granted. Maybe you monitor it, study it, understand it, devote resources to maintaining it, and safeguard it. I've heard some stories lately of the U.S. So I don't know how other countries work, and I'm not suggesting that the problem with U.S. is the structure, but maybe, and it's certainly not the oversight, because no matter how many people you put in front of it, it never seems to help. The problem might be something more, I don't want to say it, but you can kind of figure it out for yourself. But let's just start from the priorities. Other countries, they don't give away their precious resources. Some of them do. There's a lot of countries that do, actually. If you're going by the numbers, they're not like the powerful ones. The powerful ones are usually pretty smart. The U.S. is one of the few countries, I think, that is really big, really smart, has a lot of people who seem to care, yet we're constantly selling our crap. Selling our really important natural resources. That was a bad time to blank out and use the word crap. I mean, our fresh water, that's our water. I mean, we live here. Doesn't that mean something? I mean, what are those what are you going to get for it? Like dollar bills? And what are you going to do with the dollar bills? They're not going to help you at all. We're in a great position, and we need to maintain it. I need to read the instructions for a minute, and then maybe I'll get back to talking about that. All right, I'm trying to figure out where we left off. I see that the gear, I see this being added, and then I see, no, I see the gear being added here. Now, what is here? Have I done this? No, that's something new. All right, I think this is 2-2. I think this is where we go. And we're supposed to add the piece called C9. And supposedly it only takes, well, this is tricky. It's showing one screw that's P16, but it's showing 2 screw holes. It could be that one is like a guiding line. It appears to be a hex. All right, let's find the piece and the pieces, and then they'll all make sense, hopefully. So C9 is the first piece. This is the A sheet. You can see the A there. That's the B sheet. I'm saying sheet. Here's the C sheet. So we get our first red piece. All right, we're looking for C9. Let me put the line. Is that indicating that it's the top or the bottom? I think this looks like the piece. And it has the line at the bottom if you're orientated to 9. So we got to cut out that piece. The reason I wait until it's time to use the piece to cut them out is so that, because once you cut them out, you don't get them, you don't know what sheet it's coming from. You know this one because it's red, but you don't know the number. All right, definitely needs to be sanded. And for some reason, I put the emery board back in here. Yeah, look at those jagged edges. In fact, this second one has so much left, I think I need to cut it before I even sand it. Try to cut it over the box so that I don't, create dirt with that piece. Oh man, that piece like stick to the clippers, stuck to my finger. All right, the piece is sanded. All right, so there's where the screw goes, and there's the post. So where does this go? Right here. The receiver is hex shaped, and this one isn't. Why would that be? Why would we put a round post into a hex-shaped hole? Not really sure why we would do that. Maybe something is going to be added from the other side. I'll tell you what, it's tight. That's a tight fit. You put that hex in, this thing's already not going anywhere. But I'll attempt to add the screw as well. All right, so the screw is P16. Now, if you recall, we have this sheet, parts list. P16 is a gold screw, 4 millimeters in length. All right, there's 4 millimeters. It is in, P16 is in bag 3, bag number 3. Here's bag number 3. Do you see any gold? 4 millimeter gold screws? Yeah, I see 4 of them in here. Let's get one of them out. Maybe I don't need those screwdrivers I got, but anyway, I got them just in case. Is anyone else watching? Well, I shouldn't say anyone else. Is anyone watching the Temple of Iron? We sort of turned the corner. I finished the 182 workstation project. And what's going on now, for the last 2 days, it's been reviews. But I have some other things which are, can you get a full body workout with a single piece of equipment? Circuits, workouts that are in circuits. I just dropped that screw because it was stuck magnetically to the screwdriver, and then when it fell off, it bounced everywhere. So I don't know if I should find it or just take a new screw. Let me take a quick look with a flashlight, see if I can find it. If not, I'm gonna just get another screw and hope I don't drop that one. You find it right away, that's nice. You don't want to waste all your time looking if you don't find it. Alright, not in front of me, not underneath the chair. Could be under the computer, which I would have to move the computer to check. It's right next to the computer. It might technically be under the computer, but it's so close that I can reach it. All right, here we go. All right, I dropped it again. You obviously can't move it very quick with that magnet. This screw is so small that I can't even pick it up. It's 4 millimeters long. Can you see that there? All right, let's try to get it magnetically attached to this screwdriver. Okay, we got it. Now we got to screw it in there. You think I'll drop it again? All right, I got it. It's going in. So yeah, Temple of Iron, like, I like this idea of having types of shows. I don't have any ideas for another big project like that 182 video project that I just finished, but I do have ideas for different types of gym videos, and I'm just going to be doing them with no rhyme or reason for a while, though I'm sure that sometime in my life I'll get the idea to do another big project, and I'll probably do it. I seem to do that type of thing. All right, what's the next instruction? All right, we got to get some gears. Is there already somewhere to put the gears? I think there is. I think it's that little post right there. It's going to get a couple of gears, which makes sense because it's next to another gear. So it's probably going to turn. So we need a screw, which is P17, and we need 2 gears, which is A10, which is a plastic piece, and P23, which is a metal piece. Let's get the A10 first. That should be kind of easy. Is it this one? It looks like a gear, but it's really garbage. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. I mean, that looks like it's just for show to me. But the piece that's going to go underneath it, I guess, is going to be a genuine gear. This is like a show gear. Though I still should be careful not to cut it incorrectly. Can't get that last cut. Once I started thinking, don't mess up the cut. You know, it's like when you're not thinking, don't mess up, you could like do 1,000 reps with no problem. And then as soon as you think like, oh, I have to be careful. All of a sudden you have to like, there's no amount of thinking that will get the job done. You have to like refocus, not refocus, unfocus. You have to like just turn your brain off and like use the force, you know, otherwise you're never going to get it done. That's my take on it anyway. Is that why they ruined the Star Wars series? Because people were like too successful at using the force? Well, that's a mini conspiracy theory. You know, I've been told that you're supposed to assume that when people destroy something that it's incompetence, which I do agree. There's a lot of incompetence going around, so you shouldn't assume like a terrible motive to a terrible action, because there could be a lot of well-meaning people who do terrible things, especially in the field of arts, because they think like it's creative expression. They're not thinking like that artwork that they're adapting, the previous one meant a lot to people in a special way, and if you change it, they're gonna lose that connection. I mean, they can just go watch the old movies. I mean, they're not gonna, it's not gonna be too bad. You know, they'll probably just say your movies suck. That's probably what's really gonna happen. But you have to accept it, because, you know, you destroyed something that meant something to people, and don't expect them to play along just because you want people to like enjoy your work. I mean, they enjoyed the prior work for whatever reason. You gotta live with that. All right, this is not the piece. I don't know why I'm holding this piece. This is not the correct piece. I think maybe this is the correct piece. Yeah, that looks more right. All right, it's telling me something, and that something is 7.5. Yeah, but it doesn't say millimeters. And in fact, I don't think it is millimeters. It's maybe the circumference is 7.5 millimeters, but like, how am I supposed to measure the circumference? I can measure the diameter, and it's probably not 7.5, but let's see, maybe it is. All right, let's see if it fits in the 4. It doesn't fit in the 4. Maybe it is 7.5 diameter millimeter. Yeah, it is 7 point. So that's the diameter in millimeters. I don't know why instead of they have some like foreign language F. Is that a theta or something? Whatever the hell they have. All right, there's the two pieces. Now I need the screw. It's a fun puzzle, but it takes forever because I'm constantly looking for these tiny pieces. That's why I need these questions. So while I'm looking for pieces, you can hear the answers to these questions. What kind of surprises are you delighted by? Well, that's interesting. I haven't thought about that. Probably whatever answer I give, it's not going to be the correct answer, because this is not something I think about. But I'm going to try to think about it. And you should too, and post in the chat whatever you think of. A surprise that, all right, I'm looking for P17. P17, a surprise that delights you. You know, I seen this video. A P17 is a black 4mm screw that is in bag 3. I've seen some pictures of Kit Kats in Japan, and these Kit Kats come in like a million different flavors. And I guess there's probably, do you really think they need the million different flavors, or do you think it's the surprise of there being a new flavor, like Pokemon cards or rare items in a video game? It's like something about, it's not that item really means anything. I mean, who needs like a fancy helmet in a video game? It really doesn't matter. Other than that, it surprised you, and in some way that delighted you. My light just went off here. I'm not sure how to get it back on. Hold on a second while I fix the light. So, Kit Kats or video game items don't delight me. I'm gonna have to think what the lights mean. I think I have. It's like gone. I know there is something. I gotta keep thinking. I know there's things I like, but it's like when I write, because I write comic books and I do these puzzles. And when I write a comic book, it is kind of like putting a puzzle together, especially when you're trying to make the story work. And I usually look at it as like finding the story rather than like creating the story. I'm like finding the story that's there, if that makes sense. Like there's a story there, I just have to find it, and I sort of piece it together little by little. And there's definitely like a euphoria when you finally get this, when the story finally comes together and you know what it is. Definitely something to that. But the question was a surprise that delights you. So it is kind of a surprise. Like I'll tell you, this Vin Duty, I'm like, I'm like really holding off on going into chapter 7. I've been working on chapter 6 like for a year because I know what happens in the story. I just don't know what's going to happen to me after I put that story out there. So, yes, while I did get the euphoria feeling when I put the story together, I don't know how to put the story out there. I hope that, it's like, I hope that people understand how it's written and what it means and what it doesn't mean. But they may not. Anyway, I've had like sort of similar concerns about all my books, and so far none of them have created any sort of controversy. So I'm probably worried about nothing. But wow, I might have to use that screwdriver set that I have because I just tried these 2 screwdrivers and like one was too big and one was too small. Let me try the one that was too small again. Maybe it's gonna work. The 2 big ones definitely not going to work. All right, we're going to try the 2 small. If that doesn't work, I'm going to grab from my set of mini tools. All right, so we put on the gear, and then we put on the cap. They're both on the roller. Let's make sure, yeah, it's the correct spot. And now we're going to screw it in. If I can even see anything that's small. Definitely there's no light. I need like you know what I need? And I have it. I have like this thing that's like a headband, but it has a light on your forehead. If there's going to be a lot of these connections, I'm going to put that thing on and turn on the light on my forehead so I can see in here. All right, so I got it on. Will the gear still spin? It does spin, but it feels like tight now. Do I need to loosen the screw? Can you see the gear spinning? It's definitely spinning. But I have this feeling that I should back the screw out half a turn. Let me try that. All right, that wasn't even half a turn. That was like 90 degrees. Much better. Yeah, so I went back 90 degrees on the screw just to make this move more freely, and it does. So, what's the next thing? All right, the next thing is part P30. No, P30 is the screw. It's part A3, which will be screwed on with P30. I think this is probably A3. Let's see. That's 5. So where's 3? 8. 14. Where the flip is A3? Is there a second A sheet somewhere? Oh, this is A3 right here. I guess I'm looking at it from the wrong side. Okay, yeah, makes more sense from that side. All right, we gotta clip it out. And then we're gonna sand it, even though they don't say to. I'm like, once I started that sanding, I now think it's like a brilliant thing to do. All right, so You know what? You know why they don't say to sand it? You can't even tell where you need to sand it. It has bumps on it, and the connection points, they're just other bumps. As long as you don't have anything big, yeah, I guess you don't need to sand that piece. I mean, I checked it. It's freaking light. I gotta get a new light. It's so garbage. All right, the screw I need is P30. P30 is a black 5mm screw in bag 7. All right, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, is bag 7 gonna be one of those single screw bags? Because these are the ones where I lose the screws. Yeah, there it is. There's 7. These are tricky. I need like some shot glass to put them in or something. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose them. Look at that. There's a ton of them in there. And I'm only taking one out at this point. And they're, as usual, tiny. It's really tricky to get just one out. All right, I got one out while dropping like 3, 4 more. All right, there it is. So we got the screw. This goes on here, which actually has a square receiver. Is it symmetrical? It does seem to be. So I think as long as I put the square in the square, then we're good. And then I just screw it in. There we go. Push it in first, screw it in second. All right. I'm gonna have, no, I got it. Okay. As soon as one of these doesn't go in, I'm gonna go get that thing that you put on your head and has a flashlight. It's a flash. It's like a mining. It's like something for miners. It's like you put it on your forehead and it's got a light switch. It's like for spelunking. But I'm gonna use it for this if I get stuck and need it. Wrong sheet. All right, so I can't even tell what we're building here. It's gonna go probably somewhere in the body of this bug, this beetle, but I'm not sure where yet. All right, we're up to 2.3, and boy, is it complex. All right, we're gonna start by building an entire contraption onto a single piece, and then we're gonna put that piece onto this. So the piece that we start with is, I think it's C6. Let's take a look at C6. Is that it? That is it, C6. All right, see how very busy looking that is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 connections, yeah. That's where we're gonna start working. And then once we build this out, then we're gonna attach it to this. Get in tight, be less to sand. Got it. Just looking for the emery board. Nice. All right. I need 2 P17s. Those are screws. And then I think 2 metal gears, P22 and P24. So this 3 is and this 4. Are those telling me the bags are P17s in bag 3? They are. 2 4mm black screws, and then the other two, P24 and P22, they say 4. So are they in bag 4? They are. 22 and 24. So this one and this one. 8mm and 6mm. I think this one is the 8mm. I think we had this set to 7mm. So if this is like slightly bigger, then this is the 8mm. Yeah, slightly bigger, that must be the 8mm. And we also need the 6mm, which kind of looks like a star. There's only one option here. I mean, I'll confirm it should be 1mm shorter than that 7 that we have locked open, but really there's no other option. It's either this piece or we don't have it. All right, let's take a look here. Take a look-see. Oh, wow, that looks way shorter than 7. I would have guessed that's 5, but whatever. It's the only candidate, so that's the piece. All right, and now we need 2 P17s, which are in bag 3. Did I just dump that bag? Because then I won't be able to tell which bag it came from. All right, those ones I dumped came from 7. And I don't even need that. I'm supposed to be looking for bag 3. This is bag 3. So I'm looking for 2 black screws from, yep, 2 black screws. All right. Wow, there's something in here that's like sharp, like a razor. Like, be careful. Why are these screws in the same bag with this thing? All right, there's one of them. One more. To like the world's tiniest pieces. I wonder if you even can see what I'm doing on this camera. You probably think I'm just grabbing nothing here because it's like 4mm or whatever. Probably seems to be nothing. All right. If we hold this at this orientation, the 2 receiver posts are at the 2 ends. The 6mm goes here, and the 8mm goes here, pointing up, and then we screw them each in. That's it. And I think I can go as tight as I want with the screws because they're not going to touch that gear anyway. The gear is just going to sit on the post. Honestly, I don't know that these screws even do anything. I think well, they have fat heads, so maybe, yeah, yeah, they're going to keep the gears in place. So actually, I probably want to, again, keep them 90 degrees from being completely locked down, just so that we don't get metal on metal. Yeah, you can still spin the gear. This one has a little indentation, so it will lock in. The screw has a fat head, and damn it, dropped the screw again. This one was easy to find. let's try again. What the heck? Picked up some debris while I was picking up the screw from the ground. That was kind of gross. Apologies. All right. It's screwed in. The gear moves. Nice. All right. So that's only like a third of 2.3. There's still a long way to go. Now, what's interesting is, are these screws supposed to go through, like all the way through? I don't think so. Because this is supposed to attach to here, but it doesn't show. Oh no, it does show some additional. It shows one additional screw, and it's a P29. So let's get that screw ready. P29 is a 5mm gold screw. That is in bag 5. No, sorry, bag 6. 5mm gold screw in bag 6. Ooh, I got it right on the 5. 5.00. Where's bag 6? 5mm gold screw in bag 6. Here it is. It hasn't been dumped yet. It was bag 7 that got dumped. Man, these are tiny screws. Well, I don't even need to measure because bag 6 is one of those bags that only has one type of screw in it. So if you get it from bag 6, it's the right screw. I'm going to have to make a second rip because I can't get this Scotch tape that I put on off. What is going on? All right, I got it. All right, while I'm screwing that on, let's talk about the next question. Though honestly, I don't remember if I answered the previous question. Name a healthy boundary you think you may need to set. A healthy boundary? So a boundary is like when you're an adult. No, when you're a kid and your parent like tells you you're only allowed 2 video games per day, and then so when you're so that's like called like a permission. But when you're an adult, you have to decide for yourself. So that's a boundary. Do I have the definition of boundary? I don't know if that's the correct definition, but let's go with that. So what's the boundary? That seems more like a budget. I think a boundary would be something more like a boundary is like a property line, right? So it's like something you shouldn't ever do, maybe, right? Is that a boundary? Like, don't ever do it. If you do it, you're crossing the boundary. Yeah, 5mm gold screw. So let's check the, yeah, 5mm exactly. This was exactly 5, and this fit exactly. So we're like very on target there. All right. Now, where does this go? There's where the screw is going to go. That little pinhole there. And these two like little posts, they're going to line up with these two, which are not where I put the screws before, so we don't need to worry about that. They're just kind of guides, I would say. The screw is going to keep it in place. These are just guides. It looks like it hangs a little off the edge. Does that look right? I'm not sure I have that right. I'm putting the screw down for a second so I can see these things. attach. Not attach, but line up. It's looking good, but I can't see. It's so tiny. The screw we need to add is so tiny that it's hard to know if we have this right or not. I think so. I think I see daylight through there. So we've got it right. Just trying to pick up the screw without letting go of the other piece, which I can't seem to do. Come on. Is it magnetic or not? All right, maybe I could use one finger from the hand that's holding the other thing, just to like keep it from moving around. All right, I got it. Had it, but I lost it. The screws are so tiny. The screw is now sticking to the caliper instead of to the, what the heck? I couldn't get it to stick to the screwdriver, but it's stuck to the caliper. All right, I'm just gonna try to line it up with my fingers. All right, good. Now I gotta drive it in. Got it. All right, that is on. Yeah, you can even see the screw coming through the other end. Was I supposed to put the screw in the other direction? No, this is correct. Everything is correct. Obviously, there's going to be a gear here. And what do we have? One gear left? I can like predict already what's going there. Unless it's one of those plastic gears, then I can't predict it. Yeah. I don't know. We got more electronics. Where's that gear? Here's the gear bag. All right, it's bag number 4. There's 2 gears left. One of them's gonna go right there. All right. By the way, we're about to do it. The next direction is A2, which is a plastic piece, and then P21, which is one of these 2 gears. I think it's this one. So it should be a fairly high number. 11. Yeah. P21 is 11. Yeah, that's it. That's the piece. I mean, I'll confirm, but pretty sure that's the piece. Yep, 11. See, 11.02. So that's the gear, and it's going to be held in place by A2. This is A2. Looks like a little, I don't know what you call it. But that's it. Like a little, I don't know, like a nail, like a bolt. It's a piece of plastic. All right. All right. Let this go. Drop the gear on. Push the pin through. But it doesn't go here. Probably the other gear is going to go there. It goes here. And it shows a notch. Is there a notch on this? Yes, there is. Minuscule, but it's there. So I have to get that notch to line up. Is it on both sides? Yeah, it's on both sides. So see that line going through? I have to hit that line, and I have to do it while going through this gear. So that's a little tricky. Probably it won't go in any other way, I would suspect. Do you think I got it in first try? It doesn't seem to move. Yeah, I probably got it first try, and now I took it out and watch, I probably won't get it. I can't tell. Am I getting this like 2 for 2? Yeah, it seems like it. But it also seems like it's not going to stay in there without a screw. And there is a screw hole on the bottom. Why aren't they asking me for a screw? Oh, they are. P29 is the screw. P29, 5mm gold screw in bag 6. I'm experiencing deja vu. $5mm gold screw in bag 6. There's like 30 of these in here. So we're probably not going to finish this build today. There's just too many of these screws. I mean, every one of them takes like a minute because it seems to me I'm not doing a good job of answering those questions. But hopefully, just by reading them, maybe you're thinking of some thoughts. What's the next one? Using just one word, how would you describe your relationship with yourself? I would like that word to be autonomous. I don't know if it's accurate. This goes back to what I've talked about in the past about everybody having the same amount of hours in a day, or their lifetime. Well, I guess a day, because, some people live longer than others, but like, what do you do with your time? And what the word autonomous means to me is you do what you want with your time, how often do you do that? Full auto would be fully autonomous, which is strange because full auto doesn't mean that in the vernacular. In fact, it means the opposite. It means automatic. So autonomous and automatic have basically opposite meanings. Automatic is, this thing does this thing. Like full auto, I think, is a reference to like guns, frankly, like automatically shooting or whatever. So I don't know, it's automatic transmission. could have like manual, which is like the stick shift, or you could have automatic, which is like the car just figures out on its own. Autonomous is you decide. So, for example, last year during COVID, people were told like they can't go to the supermarket unless they wear a mask. In that case, their autonomy was taken away. They were told like you must wear a mask. Well, I guess they could still choose whether or not they go to the supermarket. I suppose you could like order online and get it delivered, but some of their autonomy was taken away. And I think you do want to give away some. For example, treat others as you want to be treated. So, like, you would stop yourself from expressing autonomy that took away from other people. Like, basically, you want to have your rights, but you don't want to take them away from other people. You want to have your freedom, but you don't want your freedom to take freedom away from someone else. So, autonomy. All right. So I put in the screw. So I should be looking at this page. All right. Are we done? When screwing, pinch A2 tightly. I think I did that. I think I pinched it pretty good. Doesn't move. The gear moves. Oh, by the way, the gear is in contact. Oh, that's the wrong gear. They look the same, don't they? Anyway, they both move, but these two are already in contact. These three need something here that will spin them all. All right, so maybe that's what we're going to do next. Yeah, I'm like just studying. They have a picture here, so I'm just like comparing what we've built to that picture just to see if we're, we got everything. It's tough to do. It's tough to confirm that you've gotten everything done, but I can't find a problem. So we probably got it all done. All right. Now we're up to 2.4 and we're already streaming an hour. Wow. All right. If you couldn't feel fear for a day, what would you do? I don't feel much fear currently. Are there people walking around like racked with fear? That's sad. All right, A12. 2.4, at least 2.4 step A is just drop A12 in and lock it with P30. So let's grab A12. So fear. If you didn't feel fear, what would you do? I feel like this question is implying that my actions are somehow being fear controlled. Like if the previous question was like, describe yourself, and I said autonomous. And now they're like, what would you do if you weren't controlled by fear? Well, I guess I'm not controlled by fear if I strive to be autonomous, but it does kind of say something about what's keeping potentially other people from being autonomous is their fears. And I think that that's a thing that you want to be safe and you want everyone else to be safe, especially your loved ones, and you don't want to take unnecessary risks. But there does come a point where, for example, driving a car. I mean, it's not without risk. Swimming is not without risk. Eating like sushi for the first time, it's probably fine, but I mean, it scares you like it's not. So, skydiving, for example. I've never skydived, and I don't plan to. I wouldn't describe the feeling as fear. I would describe it more like I don't feel like taking that chance. So if you said the fear is removed for a day, I still wouldn't skydive. But if you said like it's a guarantee that you're going to be safe, I think I still wouldn't do it, just because I don't want to go on record as saying that I would do that, because I don't consider it a safe activity under any circumstances. Well, I guess if you're like a paratrooper in a war, you got to do what you got to do. But other than that, all right. Is 7 the bag that's spilled? It is. So one of these screws is what I need. So I don't have any plans to skydive. If anyone ever says I was skydiving, they're lying. But that's something that maybe I would do in a video game. All right, so this A12 is going to get screwed in, but the point where it's getting screwed in seems like a hole in the board. Does that make sense? Is that it? I guess that's it. It doesn't really look like it though. I tell you, when you look at this here, it's like looks like a 1/16 of an inch. When you look at it on the instructions, it looks like you're able to drop this whole thing into it, and that's not the case. But let me look at the next panel to see. Yeah, the next panel, you see it sticking out. When you look at an instruction panel and it doesn't make sense, a good trick is to look at the next instruction, because it will show the previous instruction already built, and you can get, it's like a reference that you can use. Like if the original instruction isn't clear, you can look, at the next panel, and you can see what it's supposed to look like after it's in there. So this, what it's supposed to look like is like, it's like sticking out here. I'll tell you, it's so far not going in at all, because there is nothing to go in, because it's only a 1/16 of an inch. There's like no way to do this. Maybe, you know what? I got an idea. Let me put the screw in first. That way I can thread this piece onto the screw. But then I got to find this screw hole from the other side. All right, I think I got it. Yeah, I see it coming through. So now I gotta get this on top of the screw. Well, at least it didn't fall out. And actually now I could use 2 hands. Ah, I got it. There's a notch. Did it say to be careful of that notch? Yeah, it did. I don't know why I didn't pay attention to that. All right, so probably the reason it wasn't going in before is I probably didn't have this notch lined up. Now I'm gonna very carefully line this notch up, and hopefully it's gonna work. I think it worked. I see the notch. I'm just gonna drive the screw. I feel it. It's in. Yeah, there we go. It's in. All right, what's next? Okay. Next, we're gonna finally put that last gear. So we need A8 and P25. P25 is in bag 6. What? No. The screw is in bag 6. P25 is in bag 4. Yes, it's the only thing left in bag 4. We are now done with bag 4. This is our last gear, at least of these small metal gears. Maybe there's some plastic gears or some other type of gears, but bag 4 is done. We finished our first bag. Well, we didn't put it in yet, but we emptied it from the bag. Throwing the bag out. This is not going to get disassembled. I think that this piece is cool, and I plan to keep it. By the way, I kept the previous build too. If you remember, or you could look it up on my channel, the Street Fighter arcade cabinet. I kept that, but I didn't keep it for myself. It's in my son's room. He has actually, you know, it's probably, I would say like 20% of these get kept, but like a third go to my room, and or a quarter go to my space, and others go to other people's spaces, you know, in the household if they think it's cool. But like, you know, most of them just get like trashed or disassembled, put on the shelf until 5 months from now when I'm allowed to give them away. All right, A8 and P29. I gotta clip out A8. There's 7. By the way, it's a fuel gauge. It's not working. You can see it, and you can tell it's fuel as opposed to speed because the it has a red marking on the left. So I believe it's a fuel gauge. All right, so that's what that is. It's tough to do these nibs, and I gotta take my glasses off to see them. But, you know, the glasses are also kind of a safety. I mean, I don't like working with this sharp tool, getting my eyes close, you know? God forbid. All right. So I try to be careful. Okay. Good. All right. So we got the gear, we got the gauge. Now we just need P29, which is in bag 6. Here's bag 6. It's another one of those gold screws. What a surprise. Think I could shake out just one? Or there's going to be like 50 of them come out. Well, I can't even get one out. What's going on here? It's like got jammed. It's like trying to get the last toothpaste out of the thing. All right, I got it. All right, I got my gear, I got my screw, and I got my gauge. What am I supposed to do with this stuff? All right, it's this one. We knew all along it was going to go here. All right, so the gear goes on, then the gauge, then the screw. There's a notch. Is there a corresponding notch here? There is not. Oh, there it is. It's inside the post. The post on the inside has a notch. All right. Let's get the gear on. Nice. You see all those gears moving? Nice. Now let's feed this into the notch. I don't think I got it. All right, let's read where it is, because there's a graphic on the front and we could kind of assess the location from that. All right, the notch is lined up at the middle of the fuel gauge. I got it. I felt it. It's in. All right, now I need to get the screw in. Boom. Pinch it so the notch stays in. I mean, the screw's going to hold it in, but pinch it until you get it in there. Pay attention to the direction of A8. That's a reference to the notch. After assembly, rotate gears, check if they work. All right, let's see if the gears work. Look at that. I pull this little gear and all the other gears go. I pull this one and that one goes. We got some working gears, people. Nice. Very nice. We could stop here if we wanted to. I don't think we want to, though, because we don't even know what we're building yet. All right, so we're on page 5. There are, in total, oh my goodness. What the what? There's 20 pages? Are we going to be building this for 10 days? There's 22 pages. All right, we have to keep going. I mean, good thing I have next week off. I could do like 3-hour. I'm taking next week off from work. And I'm planning to use that to build, to work on the compilation video for the Temple of Iron. But I also could do 3-hour versions of this nightly thing. Because I don't have to wake up. I'm still planning to. I'm gonna be like logged in just in case anything important comes up at work, but I'm not gonna be actively like taking jobs. Only if I feel like I need to step in. All right, we're doing something different now. D2 and D3, and then 2 P18s, which are springs. D2 and D3. Is this D? Yeah, this is D. So I think it's these 2 colorful pieces. D2 and 3. Let me just say it so that I can rewind this video if I need to check. The blue is 2 and the red is 3. What I don't know is where to clip them. Where's the clipping point? Because if you clip the wrong point, you've screwed it all up. All right, let me see kind of what they look like visually. All right, so they look like a rail with a attachment on it. So that means right underneath that, that's where I clip them. All right, wish me luck. Sorry if I was off camera. I know that sometimes when I pick the pieces up, they go off camera. I feel bad about that. But I need to pick them up to see them myself. It's like, I don't know how to show you and look at it myself at the same time. Maybe I would have to have a cameraman. Like, how would I have a cameraman? I'm doing this at 11 o'clock at night at my desk. I don't know how I would have a cameraman. Maybe like a robotic camera that follows the action and switches the camera view. Is such a thing exist? I'll have to look into that. Am I getting this one right? I think so. Got it. Which one did I say was 2 and which one was 3? I don't remember. All right. That's kind of the shape of them. Springs. Oh, red. D3 is red, D2 is blue. Very helpful. It says in the instructions. All right, so these springs are P18. P18 is found in bag 3. I need 2 springs. Let's just see if they say the length of the springs. I don't know if there's more than 1 spring. There may only be 1. By the way, steel shaft. Remember that hexagon piece? So that's also somewhere in bag 3. Anyway, there's apparently only 2 of these springs, so it doesn't even say the millimeters. Yeah, there's the hexagon shaft. So there's the 2 springs. So are these shocks? Like, why are we putting springs on? Let's kind of cool, but I think they're shocks, right? I mean, what else would springs be used for? Maybe to keep something to open and close something. But the fact that there's two of them. By the way, these springs are tangled together. Springs. All right, springs. All right, how do we do this? All right, it goes on the long end. But what I'm not sure is how. Like, how am I going to lock it on? I don't get it. All right, let's jump ahead and look at the next one. Yeah. The next one shows this all the way up. So we need to slide it all the way up to the top. Basically, that like nub at the bottom needs to be free. All right. Which emotions are hardest for you to communicate? Enthusiasm. I don't know why, but I'm not good at enthusiasm. Like, and it's a problem sometimes because a lot of people do enthusiastic greetings, and I like can't match them. That's kind of one of the reasons why this show. It's like the goal of this show, which I need to do an intro video explaining it, but it's like I put together a puzzle, you fall asleep. So my inability to do emotion or enthusiasm, normally it's all about enthusiasm. Like that's how you get people excited about your video. You're enthusiastic and the listener hears it in your voice and they get enthusiastic. I'm not capable of doing that. Maybe I could learn, but I figure, I got this far in life without that ability and maybe just play to that. So create a channel where the whole goal is to make people fall asleep. And I figure I'm kind of like playing to my strengths. Like I talk, you fall asleep. All right, so blue, right? The blue one, if you orientate it this way, it goes from the gear to this hex opening at the bottom. The spring goes to the hex opening, and the front goes to the gear. And I don't think there's a screw hole. I think I'm just supposed to like push them in there, like force them in, I think. Yeah, it seems to work. Let's force them in. Is this spring functional or is it aesthetic? Well, I always can revisit later if it's not functioning properly. It may just be aesthetic. I'm not sure. All right, so the red one goes, there should be only like, the red one, yes, it goes from the gear to this back corner. Very similar to that piece, of course. I mean, of course it's very similar to that piece. What else did we expect? All right, let's get the spring on. Wow, why did that spring go on so much easier than on blue? Are they like two different springs? No, they're the same spring. All right, the gears still work, by the way. All right, let's get this one on. Why this one's so much easier? The red one's so much easier. Maybe it'll be different on your build, but that's how it went for me. Wow, why was this red one? Everything about it was easier. The spring, the connection. Maybe I had the confidence of doing one already, or maybe it's like skinnier. I don't know. I feel like it classed up things. I like it. We got the gears, we got the little springs. It's looking good. I don't know what it is yet, but it seems to be looking good. All right, next. It's very easy next. There's not even any screws involved. It's P26. It's a compass. We're adding a compass. P26 is apparently in bag 5. Wow, is that like an actual working compass? It is. We're adding a working compass. That's so cool. Why are we adding a working compass? I like it. Wow, nice. So this is just going to drop in there. No screw. This is it. Supposedly it's just going to drop in here. Is there a particular direction I have to point it? Is there a notch? I can tell you that they show north on the compass. Oh, it spins, right? So it doesn't matter. Is that how compasses work? Yeah. So no matter what I do, by the way, this compass is not pointing north. This north is not correct. Yeah. Oh, it's the dot. Okay, the dot. All right, so I am going to point the north towards the front of the beetle because it's the water dot. So north is that way. That is about right. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that that's exactly right. All right, so if I've got the bubble north, then south is this way, east is that way, west is that way. Yeah, this is right. I mean, I maybe would have guessed north was here if you just asked me, but okay, it's here, whatever. I guess I knew that it wasn't perfectly, my house probably wasn't perfectly lined up, but it's basically it. So I'm going to put the arrow this way, but obviously the bubble is going to do whatever it wants. It's not going in. Now it's in. Did I break it in the process of pushing it in? It's like slanted or something. Well, I think that's just how this compass works. I think it just kind of floats in the water there. I don't think I broke it. I think that's just the way it works. If you get it flat, it'll stay flat. If you're not flat, yeah, that looks good. We got the same north as before. Nice. We now have a compass. I feel like we're making a lot of progress tonight. All right, next, 2 P19s and a 15. They go together, and then they go into this. And then all those pieces, no, 2 of those pieces come from bag 3. Those are the P19s. So we were just in bag 3. These are the 2 pieces that I described before as being like razors. There's actually 3 such pieces. Are they slightly different? Yeah, they look a lot alike. But I guess they're slightly different, or maybe they comes with 3, 4. Confused. Maybe it comes with 4 of these pieces. I mean, why not? Nobody says you can only have 2. But what I'm thinking is, are they the same? They may not be. And in which case, I have to be able to tell them apart. As far as I can tell, these are all the same. So I think there's 4 P19s. This chart will tell us. Yeah, there are 4 P19s. Okay, so I'll just put 2 of these back. No problem. 2 of them back. And now I'm looking for the piece they go into, which is A10. Is that it? That says A15. Did I read this wrong? Yeah, I read it wrong. I am looking for A15. It's A. This is A15. That's the piece we're looking for. I don't know why I said A10. A15. Okay. orientate like this, and then drop these 2 pieces in. There's 4 slots, but I think one of them, the middle one, is for show, maybe? No. The first 2 slots match and the third one looks different. So am I putting them in the first 2 slots? Yes, I am. Wow, that's something you probably could easily mess up. Wait a minute, am I supposed to build 2 of these? I only have 1 of these pieces. How am I going to build 2 of them? A13. Apparently there's an A13 that looks just like this, but orientates to the other direction. All right, so let's build them both, and then we'll screw them both in. Are these like gonna hold the wings or something? Or are they like, I don't know, they look like vents or something? So now I'm working with these razor sharp pieces like right by my eyes. Brilliant. Unbelievable. It's not going in. Why not? Wow. They're not lined up. They're close, but they're not exactly. I think this second one is still not totally in there. Did I push it too far forward? If I pull it back, can I get it in? I can. That's it. That's the answer. All right. I think those could go in better. And I see that my hands were off the screen, so I'll just kind of show you it. Sorry, I was off the screen. What can I tell you? All right, while I do A13 and put the other 2 pieces in, let's ask, do you like your job, or what are you studying in school? Why or why not? So I studied computer science in school. That is absolutely was the correct choice. I'm very extremely happy with that. My job, I would say that I'm pretty happy with it. You know, all the other jobs are kind of theoretical because, you know, I've been at this job for like 28 years, so I can't really say if another job would be better or worse. Like sometimes you hear about people working at a video game company and it seems like, oh, that sounds like a great job, you know. But then you'll like see them show up at all these like video game conferences and these marketing things, and you're thinking like, well, are they developing video games or are they spending all day at these like marketing events? So, you know, I'm not really sure, which I don't really know. I would need to have worked the other jobs first to know if they're better or worse than mine. So I can't really say. I can say that mine is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. So, you know, is there a better job out there? I mean, there might be, you know. I don't really. I remember a kid I went to school with, like grade school, but then not high school. But I was talking with grade school kids, you know, like who's doing this, who's doing that. And he was a park ranger. Like the kid's a park ranger in some other state. So, like, I didn't even know that was an option. And I'm not saying that that's a better job. It's certainly more interesting. But, you know, maybe there's some bad parts of being a park ranger. Maybe it's like lonely. Like, I mean, how do you meet people when you're a park ranger? You just like meet bears or something? I don't really know. It could be nice, though. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's a great job. I don't really know. Like I said, I mean, my job's good enough. Whether it's the world's greatest job, I don't know. All right, I got these two things built. Now, what happens to them? All right, it's showing this one has 2 screw attachments, yeah, and the other one only has 1. Yeah, crazy, right? All right, so I need 3 P29s, and they're in bag 6. Yep, thought so. 3 more of these. Can we get 3 out? There's 4. We got 4 out. All right, I'll put 1 back in. All right. Now, where do these attach? Okay. There's 2 holes there, 1 hole here, so that's where they attach. Let's do the 1 first. Quit it with my elbow, and it's stuck to my elbow. Should check, yeah. Okay, I didn't cut myself. If I cut myself, I'd have to clean it, but looks like didn't break the skin. All right. Looks like this is where it goes. No. This is where it goes? What? Yeah, this is where it goes. Wow. Did I actually get that to line up? Because that would be a miracle. Looks like I did. All right. Just want to check. There is kind of a groove here, but there's nothing to catch the groove, which makes me wonder if I'm putting it in backwards. I seem to be putting it in correct, but then what? Oh, probably there's going to be something that's not in there yet. There's probably going to be something that goes through that groove and into here, but we probably just didn't get to that thing yet. Whatever that thing will be. Right near the compass, yep. Right near the compass. It's hurting my fingers to pinch that. Gotta remember where the camera is. All right, I think that's on. Now the other side. Wow, it's actually not lined up with this notch at all. I don't know if it's supposed to be or not. No, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, it's kind of lined up with the front of it, and maybe that's exactly how it's supposed to work. All right, let's put the other one on. The other one goes here. All right, let's get one of the screws in first. What the hell? I heard it hit the ground, but like 10 seconds later. So it must have been rolling somewhere. Think I can find that screw, or should I just grab another one? All right, let's give it 10 seconds of a search. I did hear it. And it's gold, so it should kind of like reflect. Well, I don't see it. If I need to search for it at the end because I'm missing a screw, I guess I'll just get a magnet and sweep it. You know what? I think this is it. The reason why it was tough to find, it was facing up. See, like that? It was facing up like that. So it like wasn't that visual. How often do you drop a screw and it faces up? I'm not sure how common that is. But this one was facing up. It's good I found it. You wouldn't want to step on it. All right, let's try again. Put the screw in. How did I mess this up? That was like so easy the second time. All right, now it has to go to the outside one. You know what? That's a stupid plan. I gotta do the inside one first. It'll be easier to line up. I mean, technically it shouldn't be any different, but it'll be less likely to mess up. So we're gonna do the inside screw first. Like I could possibly put the outside hole, the inside hole and the outside screw. But if I put the inside screw first, it's really unlikely that I would manage to get the outside screw onto the inside hole. Like I couldn't do that if I tried. All right, that's on. I just need to screw it in. All right, let's get the second one started. Wait, did I manage to do the impossible and put the inside hole onto the outside notch? No, that didn't happen. And also there's screws and holes. There's no notches involved. You know what I did? I put the screw, after all that talk of doing the inside screw first, I somehow managed to do the outside screw first. So yes, I have the outside screw on the inside hole, so I have to redo it. I'm not sure how I managed that. After all that talk of I have to do the inside screw. Wait. How's the orientation here? That's probably what messed me up. Probably had it upside down. All right, let's do it again. I knew that went too easily. All right, you think I got it this time? I think so. I think that's in. I mean, you try to pick up these tiny screws. I don't know how anyone can do it. All right, I got both screws started. Now let's tighten them up. Got them. I gotta say, it seems to be pretty cool, whatever we're making. Still not really sure yet, but I like it. Okay. Moving on to page 6. Instruction 3, just to give you a picture of what we're going to build in 3. It's the wings. We're going to build the wings. So 3.1 starts with P4. Bend the 5 fastening points downward by 90 degrees with a screwdriver. What does that mean? All right, P4. There's no piece P4. What does that even mean? P4. Is it like a metal piece or something? All right, P4. Red wing right. Black wing left. Black wing right. Red wing left. Red wing right. So is it here? Is this P? No, this is C. I don't understand what the hell they're talking about here. Is it in here? Is this a sheet? It's like the world's tiniest sheet. That's it. That's what they want. They're metal. This is not my strong suit, but I'll give it a shot. All right. P3 and P4. Left and right wings. So the instructions say take P4 and turn down the 5 points with the screwdriver. Sorry, take P4, turn down the 5 points with a screwdriver. Which orientation is down? And which of these is P4 and which is P, I don't know, the P3? No. All right, this is P4. It says on it P4. And then if I get the same orientation as the instructions, that's down. All right, well, we're done another bag. It was the only thing in that bag. Now, there's notches to turn down, but we also need to clip it out. So you have to make sure that you're not clipping the notches. It looks like there's 3 triangle-shaped attachment points, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rectangle-shaped tabs. And the real trick is getting the orientation correct. It looks like it is correct the way I'm holding it now. All right, so let me cut it out. If I can find the tool. All right, so cut on the triangles. 1. And we board's not going to save us now. These are metal. 2, 3. All right, now it says to use a screwdriver to turn those down. Though I believe we will be using needle nose pliers, because why would we use a screwdriver when we have needle nose pliers? All right, turn them down 90 degrees. 90 degrees, okay. That's actually went very easily. I'm worried that I might break them. This last one, it's like in the middle of this circle. It's tricky. All right. 5 tabs, turn down 90 degrees. Now, why did I do that? By the way, it's to attach them to another piece of wing, and then we're going to turn them further to attach them to this other thing. But this other thing is P2. All right, where's P2? So P4, P3 and P4 were here. So are these P1 and P2? We have some wings in here. These are probably P1 and P2. They are P1 and P2. So P4 connects to P2. So P2. And we're done with another bag. There's a metal, by the way. There's sheets. I don't know if you can maybe hear it. It's a metal sheet. All right, so P2, right? That's P2. 4 triangles attached to it. 1, 2. This one has tabs too. Just 1 tab at the end. Is this really going to attach by 1 tab? That's going to be a weak connection. Okay. That's out. So, yeah, I see it. I see the connections. The circles don't seem to go the same. All right, I think I got it. So now the circle goes through both. So I'm getting all the tabs through, and then once I get them through, I'm gonna fold them, and they're gonna basically be attached forever. can't get all the pieces in. Try again. I just refolded them. Maybe I'll have better luck. I can't even find them all. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the fifth one? Oh, there it is. Oh, so close. These metal puzzles are crazy. I mean, this one doesn't have much metal, but there it is, and it's crazy. All right, now I have them through. 2, 3, 4. Where's the fifth one? Fifth one's not through. It's like right there on the surface, but it's not through. It's like something, this last connection, it's like getting bent the wrong direction. I got it. It went through. No idea what I did right, but it's through. I think I just got lucky. Is this all just for decoration? Like, why am I adding this red on top of this black? Is it just to look cool? If so, it's worth it. But I don't know if that's... Yeah, I think that's all there is to it. Just make it look cool. So the red is attached to the black. And we got to do the same thing for, I guess, the other side, right? P4 to P2. And we are going to do P3 to P1. But first, it looks like we're going to attach this wing. Or we're going to attach something to it. Secure the back nut with a hexagon wrench. So I will need my toolbox here, unless the hexagon post counts also as the hexagon wrench. Okay, we're almost at the 2-hour mark, so I'll probably finish this wing today, and then I'll do the second wing tomorrow. There's actually a lot of pieces to make this wing work. P5, P6, P7, P8, and P9. All right, now that I read them, it doesn't seem that bad. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 2 of each of these pieces, and they're in bag 1. So there's probably, basically I take 1 of each, and that should do it. So it's actually probably not that bad. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I basically take 1 of each of these, but they are tiny pieces. These ones are stuck together. Okay. Should I pour them all out and put half back? Okay, I got 1 washer. I mean, how am I supposed to work with it? I need tweezers. This one, I can't even like touch this washer. It's like nothing. All right, there's the washer. I got it to fall out. I need like 3 more washers and 1 screw. A hook, 3 washers, and a screw. That's what this is. What? Did I not put this back? I had them stuck to my finger. There they are. Well, I somehow got out more than I needed. Yeah, I somehow got 2 white washers and 2 of these hex washers. All right, P5, P6, P7, P8, and P9. That's a set. That's a set of incredibly tiny objects, but that's a set. All right. Supposed to attach them in order. And the order is screw, the big washer, the wing, the small washer, the hanger, and the bolt. Somehow I got 2 of the screws here. Seems like I took 2 of most of these pieces when I only needed 1. Let's put 1 of the screws back. Oh my goodness, there's another washer. So I had 3 of those white washers. They're so like tiny nothing. I can't even tell that I'm picking them up. All right, there's still 1 left, right? Okay. So the screw, then the black washer. All right, the screw, the black washer, then the wing. Black washer, the wing, then the white washer, it's like really tricky. It's not tricky, it's just tiny. I feel like I need special like robot arms to do this. I've seen people wear these like glasses that are like these double loops on front. They're glasses, not even the right word. Anyway, that's what I need. Okay, now, how does this go? I don't think you can mess up. Or can you? I think it's correct. I think you can mess up, but I have it correct. Now for the nut. The world's like tiniest nut. Okay. I think I got the nut started. All right. I think I can just pinch it on one side and screw it on the other side. See if that works. That's working. But let me get the tool just to be a little bit stronger. All right. All right. As you see, I didn't even open the box. It's cool though. I gotta say that it's a really cool puzzle. I don't even know if puzzle's the right word for it. I don't know. It most resembles like a video game controller. Like if you've ever like taken one of those apart and messed around with it and put it back together, that's what this mostly reminds me of, and maybe that's part of why I think it's cool. So we built this like inner workings. We ended yesterday's stream building one of the two wings, so we're gonna build the other one today. Of course, that's part of the wing. They've got, you know, this top shell as well. And then on the first day, we built this base. So, all right, so I don't know what you heard, so I'm gonna have to re-say it. Every day, basically, when I start this stream, it disconnects 1 minute in, even though I have a perfectly good internet connection. And I feel like it's not helpful for YouTube to do that, but that's what they do. Anyway, first day we built the base. Second day, we built this inner workings. And then just at the end, we started the wings. So we're going to start off today with the wings. I'm still waiting for the monitor to come on. It came on, then it disconnected. Now I'm trying to get back. Sound check. All right, close enough. All right, let's get to work. Inner workings, the base, the wing. I got the box here. I'm just going to put that where I can see it. Wait a second. I didn't take out something very important. I heard it rattling around. All the screws are in this box. Yeah, it's a lot of tiny screws in this. It doesn't, that's why it's taking so long. So I have to remember to talk. So I can talk about the show I was watching. Where's My Jet? Pepsi, Where's My Jet? Have you heard of this show on Netflix? There was a commercial in the 90s, a Pepsi commercial, where they were like, you know, redeem Pepsi points and get cool stuff. And at the end of the commercial, they show, like, for 7 million points, you get a jet. And then at some point, they update the commercial for, like, 700 million points. But in between that, someone tries to redeem the jet for 7 million. That's what the show's all about. I'm enjoying it. I don't know whether it's your cup of tea or not. All right. So, okay, so we did one wing. So 3-1, 3-2, and now 3-3. I think that's, we do the wing on the other side. Let me just take a quick look there. Does this paper do anything? Is this just for fun? I think they're showing like they're showing it with the color on this side, without the color on that side. But other than that, it's the same drawing. But then the overlay is simulated pencil. It's obviously four quadrants, but there's only two styles. There's more pencil marks over it. I think this paper is just for fun. I don't know if there's a practical use for this. Maybe you're like, are they expecting us to like frame it at the end and like put this in the frame and put the final product in front of it? I'm not sure. There's also, it's really confusing. It says mechanic organism here. It says origins awaken here. Organisms awaken here. ROKR here. It has the code number here. But on the box, it says Scout Beetle mechanical age. But then it does show in the background here, it kind of shows this. It shows that organisms awaken. And the mechanical organism that's here, it's like, looks just like what's here. The black and white drawing, the line art versus the color is here, but it's like inverted. I don't know what's going on. I think it's cool, but I don't quite get it, what's going on. Anyway, let's just get back to the build. So P1 and P3. So the other two of these, which I believe are in this box, that's what we're going to build next. All right, for legal reasons, I can't tell you everything what's in that show, like Pepsi, Where's My Jet? Actually, there isn't a disclaimer. Like if you watch a baseball game, there's like a disclaimer. Like I never heard of anyone getting arrested for telling their friend who won the baseball game. But like if you watch a baseball game, it'll say like the pictures or descriptions of this game are the sole property of Major League Baseball and its partners or something like that. But at the same time, I'm sure many people tweet like who won the game, and I don't think anyone's ever been like arrested for tweeting who won the game, let alone telling their buddy or family member in person who won the game. So there's obviously somewhere where there's a line where it goes from legal to illegal, and me describing that like Dude Where's My Jet documentary to you versus you just watching it, it's probably such a vast difference in quality that it probably wouldn't be illegal, but at the same time I don't feel like doing that, so I'm not gonna. So if you want to see it, just watch it yourself. I'm gonna work on this puzzle, and the first thing I gotta do is cut out these two wings, and then these two pieces of metal can be recycled. And while I do that, I guess we're just gonna take questions. I would take questions from the chat box, but there's nobody there. So what's one thing you might not be totally honest with yourself about? That's an interesting question. Honest with yourself. Yeah, I can answer this, and it's going to be relevant to that TV show. Because in that TV show, Pepsi, Where's My Jet? It's like the guy is kind of feeling his way along, like step by step. He doesn't really have everything planned out. He doesn't really know how big it is. Like in the beginning, they were just like buying Pepsi before he'd even done the math. They were just like buying Pepsi cans, which I'm sure is exactly what the people who created the ad and purchased and financed the ad wanted, was people just buying Pepsi cans without too much thinking. So I think that I sometimes do that. For example, when I started Electromagnet, I don't think I realized how much work it would be. And I think I've even posted about this before, that if you translated the amount of hours spent on Electromagnet into the going rate for my hours at work, it would have been like more than my house. And I think that a lot of what I do is like that. I'm like not fully comprehending the cost before I get into it, but I would. I mean, at work, when they ask me to do a budget, I do it. And any of my kids, projects, I do it. It's only my personal life where I don't do that. And it's because if I make a budget, then I'm going to have to justify taking step one. Whereas my real style is, let me just give this a shot and see how it goes. So like, for example, what I'm doing now, I think I might even be up to episode 98, which means I'm going to have my 100th episode now. And I had no plans ever of creating a live stream or like these puzzles I'm doing. Like I didn't put together a puzzle, probably in 40 years. So none of this was planned. Um, and I'm up to episode 98, and I still haven't bothered to think about how much work I'm engaging in here. And I'd rather not for a while. I mean, it took me like, 3+ years to make Electromagnet, and I don't regret it. And if it takes me 3 years to figure out whether or not what I'm doing now has value, I'm not going to regret it. And I know that some people would, because they would say like, well, what if you only live to be 100? That's like a 33th of your life. Um, yeah, but I think it's impossible sometimes to figure out all the costs of something until you start doing it. And I think a lot of people miss out on a lot of opportunities in life because they try to think about it in advance and cost value it, and they decide that it's not worth it. And I'm saying that it's not that easy. You don't really know if it's worth it. You don't really know what there is to learn, especially if you're doing something that nobody's done before. And I don't know if anyone's done this type of stream before, but I certainly haven't heard of it. So, and even if someone did do it before, that person could have been a moron. Like, I'm not sure we can really go by what they learned. We could, like, it would be nice, but, it wouldn't tell the full story. All right, so I think what I have to do next is to bend the tabs on the red one and then stick it through the black one. And I just want to make sure, just by sort of looking at them, that I've got everything lined up correctly. Yeah, I think so. Is this thing blocking my light out? I gotta move this thing a little bit. Yeah, I think it is. That was blocking my light. I need like one more light. Maybe like from this side, like lower than my eyes, so it doesn't hurt my eyes, but it illuminates this stuff. I got a lot of things I need. More lights, more cameras. But right now, I'm just gonna, a mixing box, an internet stream that doesn't disconnect the first minute in every night. I almost feel like if I didn't watch this monitor, no stream would ever complete because it always disconnects a minute in. Sometimes it disconnects again at 3 minutes in. Like, is this what it's like to be a YouTuber? You get like no help from YouTube. Probably the big YouTubers get help. Maybe it's even like a way to discourage people who aren't doing the proper amount of, work to run it. Like opening a monitor. I probably should do headphones at some point as well. All right, so I need to get these 90 degrees because it's going to hook on both sides. And if one of them's like 45 degrees, it's not going to fit in. I experienced that with the other side yesterday. Okay, and there's 5 tabs because one of them is in the middle there. It's tough to work with them by hand because they're metal and they're very small and thin. And if you like push on the metal, it can like, you basically can go into your skin. It's like when you get an injection, like it's a tiny piece of metal. And if you press against it with too much force, it's gonna, penetrate your skin. So that's why I'm using the needle nose pliers. I don't know if it's all on screen or not. I'm basically just folding all these tabs down. So then I can connect it to the black portion of the wing, which I believe I'm now ready to do. Though I'm sure it won't go in perfect and I'll need to play with it some more, but let's at least get started. All right, we got 2 tabs in. That's no guarantee the rest are gonna go in. All right, 3. And then not only do these tabs have to go in, but the circles have to line up. You see, it's like one goes in, the other comes out. This inside one is not got the right angle. I gotta get in there with the tool. I don't know if this is on camera. If it is on camera, I don't know if you can make out these tiny pieces. Fuck. Ah, sorry for that. I pushed it in too far. I gotta pull it back out. I can't believe up to episode 98, that's the first F-bomb. So I did pretty good, but I'm human. All right, let's try again. Now I gotta double check the orientation. Yeah, that looks good. At first you don't succeed. Try again. That looks good. Yep, we got all 5. Now we just gotta fold them down. Again, using the tool. I think I'm gonna go, rather than the pliers, I think I'm gonna go for the screwdriver in terms of folding them down, so I can just roll in one direction. No, that didn't work. I'm using the pliers. That worked. All right, everybody, fold the tabs down with your needle nose pliers. That's my recommendation anyway. There's a red string here. Where did that come from? It's probably metal. All right, it's still here. It's stuck to the pliers. That's another thing about these puzzles. I don't know about these materials. Like where's that red string gonna go? I should pause what I'm doing and get it into the, like, first stick it to a piece of tape. Second, put it in the garbage, because I don't want to like breathe in a piece of metal filament. That sounds like a bad idea. All right. The metal string is no longer stuck there. Let me see if I can find it. I don't find it. So this is probably a reason why people wear like goggles and masks, why they do this stuff. Masks so they don't breathe in the metal string, and goggles so they don't poke themselves in the eyes with the needle nose plier. Yeah, I don't see. I have a plan for next time. Next time I see it, I'm just going to leave it where it is. I'm going to get a piece of Scotch tape, get it to stick to that, pull it off, fold it up, throw it out. But as of right now, there's a microscopic metal ribbon somewhere on my desk. I mean, I think I would feel it if I swallowed it, but I just don't even see it right now. A magnet? Maybe use a magnet to find it? All right, let's try that. Sweep the magnet here. All right. I also ran the magnet in front of my face. Oh, this thing is magnetic. I bet it's sticking to this. Nope. The screwdriver is magnetic. It's gone. You know, the very first thing when I did pull it off, I put my fingers under the garbage and did like this, and it's entirely possible that I threw it out. So let's hope that's what happened. All right, so let's check the tabs again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That looks good. Let's check if it looks the same on both sides. That looks pretty good. We need this attachment. As I recall, the attachments all came from this one bag. Yeah, bag 1, pieces 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Basically one of each piece. Screw, big washer, small washer, hook, and nut. All in bag 1. All right, there's bag 1. All right, bag 2, full of electronics. Bag 3 with the hex bar. Oh, what's this? Bag 5. That's a plastic piece. That's not even metal. Yeah, that's 2 plastic pieces. I don't know why they're even in bags. They could have been on the cutouts. Anyway, this looks like bag 1. Yeah, it is. See, there's the pieces. I think yesterday when I was trying to get 1 out of each, I put out like 2 of each. So I'm just going to pour them all out and then put back what I don't need. It worked yesterday. I tried to do them one individually and it didn't work. And I got like 2 of each, so now I'm just intentionally going with that system. There was a small white washer. There's another one. I don't know where the first one went. I still need the nut. So they gave us everything in triplicate. There's the small white washer. No, quadruplicate. Yeah, there's 2 small white washers left. There's 2 screws left. There's 2 big washers left. There's only 1 nut left. So, oh, there's one nut in the bag. So there's 4 sets of whatever this is. So 2 sets go back in the bag, and we build the one we got. Toughest one to pick up is the small white washer. I might need the needle nose pliers for that. You see that jumping around? You know, I can't even see it. There it is. It's plastic. The white washer is plastic. All right. I got 1 set. All right, now what's the order? Let's build it upside down. Start by putting the bolt on its back. Then we put the black washer. All right. Then we put this. We have to get the orientation correct. It points away from the washer. So if I put it here, that should work out perfect. Now the white one, the white plastic washer. Finally, the nut. The nut is toughest because it needs to screw on. I think maybe I can get it started with my fingers and then finish it with the pliers. All I need is like 180 degrees with my fingers, and then I'll take over with the pliers. It's not catching. It's hard to tell if I've even got this nut going the right direction because it's so tiny. All right, I think it's catching. How did we hold the other side yesterday with the screwdriver? All right, let's get the screwdriver in one side and the pliers in the other. And let's do the thing. Wait a second. Something's missing. We didn't put it through the wing. The wing was supposed to be third. Ugh, we did that nut for nothing. Right. Okay, well, we did it once. We can do it again. The wing goes even before this thing. Now, the orientation of the wing, how does that go? All right. Where's the wing? There it is. No, that's a drawing of a wing. Don't want to lose the white washer. I'm currently missing the wing. There it is. I mean, it's a very thin, nothing wing. All right, so this is going to go like this. All right, let's fold this tab down. That's going to help us to get the orientation. So there's a little tab on the end of the wing. and it needs to be folded. This one's not folded. I wonder if I put the first one on wrong. Let me see. No, I think it's fine. You know what? I don't think it's fine. I think it's going the wrong way. I think I put yesterday's wing on backwards. I think it's supposed to be this way. All right, I'm going to go back and check yesterday's wing. All right. If the wing is like this, the tab goes down. No, yesterday's wing is fine. All we got to do is get the tab to go down, which is a problem when that little bar is in the way, but I just swung it out of the way. All right, so the tab and the little attachment thing, they both point away from the back of the nut. So we're fine. Yesterday's wing is fine. We're good to go. Now, today's wing, how does that go? All right, so it needs to point away from the tab. So when I flip it over, good. That's correct, I think. Let's build it and then take a look. So this points away from the screw. No, wait a second. Does this go on third? Where does the washer go on first? Now, this goes on, the wing goes on, and then the white washer. Why did I get it so easy last time? You know what? It's easier to fold that tab after you stack this stuff up. Good. Now this one points away. Which side of the tab do I want to be on? The other one's above. I can't say that that's correct, but I'm going to match it. But it's going to flip over, so I actually want it below. Right. Doing the nut by hand so I can feel it threading. Not sure that it is straight. Gotta get it. All right. Let's put this whole thing up. Put it on my finger so I can get it close and get a good look. That's not correct. That is correct. I just need half a turn from this nut, and then I'll switch to the tools. I don't think I got half a turn yet. Mother, stay on. I lost the freaking thing. All right. One more time. Do you ever hear that expression, on the edge of your seat? I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Like literally. To try to get this done. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm on the edge of my seat to try to get this done. So I don't know where that expression comes from, but it's accurate in this case. All right, I can't get this on. believe it started. How's that look? Something doesn't look right. You know what? It's like this wing goes on top, but the other wing is going to have to go on bottom. The wire goes above the tab on this side, but it's going to have to go below the tab on this side just because of the way this works. Yeah, there's just, it's got to be that way because it's like a counter or a clockwise thing. I don't know how to describe it. It's the way that wire is bent. It just doesn't go through the middle. So it's going to be on the top on one side and on the bottom on the other side. Because they're like identical, they're not lefty-righty. Not sure if that's on screen. So the higher I lift it up, the tougher it is to tell if it's on screen or not. All right, how about I hold this and turn this? That worked. All right, here's my two wings. Boy, that was a lot of more work than it should have been. Okay, at least my stream is still going. All right. Did I finish that previous question? One thing you might not be told. Okay, yeah, I finished that. All right, next question. What's something you wish your parents said more when you were growing up? I tell you, there's this thing that I saw Bill Cosby or playing Theo Huxtable. No, playing Heathcliff Huxtable say to Theo Huxtable, and it was something about like a plane takes a lot of energy to like take off, but then it gets to like a coasting level. I think that's something that I didn't realize. I think when I was a kid, people would say like, oh, you have to get good grades to get into a good college. And I would think like, well, I don't care about a good college because it's the same information at every level. But then it's like, well, you need to get to good college to get into a good job. And I thought, well, it's how I'm going to do at the job. Basically, I had an answer for everything. I thought I knew better. And maybe I would have known better if I grew up in the current world of today where you can like make money on the internet. But, you know, it used to be you have to like, basically you have to go to a job and get in the right position or start your own company. It's like, I think 50 years ago you could start your own company and now you could start your own company. But I think I happened to get out of college at the era where you needed to get the right position at the right job. Maybe that's just an excuse, but basically, I kind of wish I'd spent more focused effort younger on just deciding what I wanted to do and then getting the lift off. But you know what? I'm going to say that I'm going to say with no regrets that I'm happy with my life. So even though I could have like maybe had my mortgage paid off or maybe had a better house or car, ultimately it doesn't matter. And I'm not going to worry about it too much. But my kids should at least be aware of that. All right, so the next thing we have to do is connect the two wings to this, basically those two pieces we were picking up before, I think. Does it say bag 5? It says B11. Yeah. Before assembly, confirm the screws of the two wings are tightened. Rotate in the arrow's direction for easier assembly. Please ensure that the left and right wings are correctly positioned. All right, I think they want us to position them like this. Yeah, that looks pretty good, right? I think so. All right, so now this, there's two pieces here, but they look like what's here described as B11, but they're obviously not. I'm going to check the parts list just to see if B11 says it's in bag 5, but usually a B would be on this. Yeah, these are only P's here. The P's are in the bags. So as much as that looks like B11, it's not. B11 is, it's on the B sheet. All right, this is the C sheet. This is the B sheet, so we're looking for B11. That looks like what they're showing here. Let's see. Yep, there's B11. In fact, there's two B11s. This one says 11, and this one says 11 plus. So I guess we'll grab the one that says 11. Clippers. I picked up the pliers at first. All right, there's the piece. Sand down the where it was clipped. I'm not sure if it matters, but it can't hurt. Looks pretty good. Now, get the orientation correct and put the wings on. This apparently turns? No, that doesn't turn. What are they showing me here? Do I need to clip these two pieces apart or something? No, there's two connectors there, but it's showing to turn it. Rotate the arrows in the direction for easier assembly. Basically, it's saying to turn this, but I don't know why I would have to turn it. Also, when I look at the picture, it shows this centered. Okay, there's a way to center it. If I hold it one of these two ways, then it's centered. It's not centered. Do you see what I mean? It's not centered with the middle. It's not centered with the center. But if you look at it in 2-dimension, you can make it look like it's centered. But when I look at the picture here, it looks like it's supposed to be centered in 3-dimension. And it's clearly not because it's all one piece. Now, the reason why I'm considering this a problem, I don't know if you can see this. It clearly shows it centered. And this is clearly not centered. And the only reason this is a problem is I don't know whether it should be rotated this way or this way. Like the off-center, should it be at the top or the bottom? It clearly doesn't match the picture. But it doesn't match the picture for attaching. But if I go to the next image, now it looks like it goes like this. So that's what I'm going to do. And by the way, the image after that is attaching a motor. So I don't know if we're going to power the motor, but we're going to attach it. Okay, I'm going to do it just like they show, which is this one first. And they say to make sure the bolt is tight. Oh, okay, so they're saying spin it while putting it on. All right, I guess that helped a little bit. Well, we're going to attach a motor to where we attached wings. That sounds like fun. All right, we screwed that up. This one is okay. This one is not. Why, though? How is it possible to do it the other way? Well, no, they're both wrong. Okay, well, they're both on wrong. Is it possible to spin them around and they'll be right? No, no, this is unsalvageable. They need to come off and be put back on. And now the worry there is how much pressure does it take to get it off, and will I hurt my fingers in the process? Will I bend the wire in the process? That one's off. You see it like pressing into my finger. You can see the dents. I wonder if they make gloves to wear while doing this micro mini work. I bet you they do. All right, they're off. Let's try to not screw up this time. All right, if it's this orientation, and then the wings go like this. All right, got to retighten these bolts because they got loosened in all my chicanery. It's not right. I almost put the bolt cutters on instead of the pliers. Actually, that was pretty tight. Anyway, never hurts to double check. This one's tight. All right. Let's see. Now, if they're lined up like this, and this guy is lined up like this, that's it. That's the way. And then this one goes on first. Much easier to put it on than to take it off, which is good. It should be like that. Okay, I see why this post is offset. That's basically the key to making the wings flap, is to have this post offset. There's a mechanical reason for that. If it was in the middle, the wings basically wouldn't do anything. They would just vibrate. But by offsetting the post, it can make a circle, which will cause the wings to, you can imagine that, what they're going to do. They're basically going to move both in and out and up and down. All right, so that was step 3.5A. And then 3.5 continues with a B. And B is attaching a motor, which is part P10. And then P15 is the hex post. Remember the hex post? All right, that comes. So we need the hex post. It's going to go through this circle thing here. That's cool, right? We're finally using this. We've been staring at it for 3 days. All right, so we're going to use the hex post. And we're going to use the motor, which is in bag 2, P10. You'd think we'd be able to just recognize this motor. I think this is it, right? It's the only thing that looks like a motor. Let's dump them all out just in case. I don't want to screw up. Now, that's the only thing that could possibly be a motor. So that's P10. I'm just going to look on this board here to see what other items are in that bag, just in case. Where is that bag? Here it is. P10, P11 circuit board, P12 controller board, P13 and P14 we've already installed. Those are the lights. So we're putting in the motor. We're putting the motor between the wings. Makes total sense. All right, so we got the post. which is going to actually go through the wings. We got the motor, which I assume is going to rotate the post, and then we just need something to attach it to, and that is going to be P27. P27 is in bag 5. All right, here it is. Do we need just this part, or do we need this second piece too? Hard to say. I'm going to assume it's just the one piece for now. Yeah, the other piece, actually, you see how this piece has ridges at the top? This other piece has ridges on one side and it's smooth on the other side. And I'm really wondering if it's supposed to go on top there, because it looks like it would click together so well. It absolutely does click together, but I'm going to leave it out for the time being. I'm going to scan the directions to see if I see reference to P27. You know what I need to do? I need to find bag 5 on the instructions and just look what's in there and see if that disc is part of P27 or not. And I need to stop putting the parts list under the parts, because that's a bad idea. All right, there's P25. We're looking for bag 5. All right, P27, that's called a crown wheel, that other piece. So the compass, this is called the worm, by the way, and the crown wheel is still in the bag, and the compass we installed yesterday. So we just need the worm. Looks like a screw to me, but they call it a worm. All right, now how do we put this together? All right, so looks like the post goes through there. There's a little notch on here. I don't know. Yeah, there's the notch. So the notch goes at the top. And then this post goes through. Or does it go from the back and stop at the notch? That would make more sense, right? Trying to push the post through without breaking everything else. You know what? There's no hole in here. That post is not going to go through. The post just sits in the back. There's no way for it to go through. There's no exit hole. The motor does go into the notch, and it has a flat side. So that's a perfect fit. All right. Got the motor at one end. We got the post at the other end. And then this goes on too. This is notched at both ends. No, that's just a hex. So we just slide that on. That's it. That's all we're doing at this stage, which is 3-5. All right. Oh my goodness, we're an hour. So all we did in an hour is a wing and a motor. We did one page. Oh my goodness. This is like, timing wise, this is a disaster. I mean, I like it. It's cool. But I mean, look at all these little like motors. It's cool, but it's just it's going so slow. All right, 4-1. So C3, and it says to lubricate it. You know, there's a weird bag. I think maybe this bag is lubrication. Look at that weird bag. Anyway, step 4. We're going to be attaching the wings and the motor to this body, but we're going to be doing it like step by step. And the first step is connecting C3 and lubricating it. Polish cutting points of C3 smoothly or it will affect rotation. Lubricate shadow areas. So this whole thing is just C3. So we're going to clip, sand, and lubricate C3. And while we're doing that, I'll answer, what's your favorite family tradition? If none, name one you would like to start. Well, I'm really glad that they made that a two-part question because I was going to do a two-part answer regardless. So the favorite tradition was my parents were married the day that the Jets won the Super Bowl. So every year they have their wedding anniversary combined with a Super Bowl party. So like now everybody has Super Bowl parties. But I remember like the day my parents announced like we're going to have a party on the Super Bowl every year because it was their anniversary. It wasn't their anniversary, but they just decided like that's how they're going to do it. Now everyone has Super Bowl parties, but these Super Bowls only started like 4 years before I was born. And I don't know when they started having parties. I don't know. Maybe we were up to like Super Bowl 10 or something like that. Anyway, my family's been having Super Bowl parties pretty much the whole time. But my parents moved to Jersey 3 years ago. So the last couple of years we like went there, but we left before the game started. So that's something that needs to be like adapted. So all right, this is C. I don't know why I picked it up and put it back down. This is C. And now I need to find 3 on C. I guess I just don't see anything that looks like it. This is it. This is it. Okay, I didn't see it because I didn't turn it sideways. So my favorite like family tradition was the Super Bowl party, but it needs to now be redone because my parents moved away. I mean, they're only like an hour away, but we don't like to like stay there all night because, well, my kids don't have school the next day, but I have work the next day. I suppose I could take the day off, but there's a funny thing about my work, like, and it's not, I'm not saying it's just about me, it's about everybody. Like, nobody respects anyone else's days off. I don't know why it's like that, but you could be like at your wedding, getting married, and like people are like, why are you not replying to the email? I don't know why it's like that, but it is. Like, I know that Hollywood people complain that, like, oh, the movie, you're on the set 14 hours a day. Well, yes, that's true, but at some point you're not on the set. It goes to editing or whatever, and you could choose, like, okay, I'm going to take a week off and then I'm going to be on the next set. If you work at a law firm, it never happens. You never get to take a week off because you're always in competition with the opposing law firms and they're like, oh, this person wants to take a week off for the wedding and they're on this case, let's screw them. Or, oh, this person likes to celebrate this holiday, let's make it a demand of them on that day. It's basically you never get like a minute off. I mean, I shouldn't say a minute because here I am putting a model together, but you definitely never get a day off. So that's quite annoying. So like, the celebrities are like, oh, we work, 14-hour days. Well, at a law firm, you work 14-hour days and you never get a day off for 43 consecutive years. So I would take, I guess, movie star over that, though maybe not because I don't know. Movie stars, it's like, I know it, like, I guess I wouldn't mind making the movie, but all that, like, going to the awards ceremonies and the parties. And what I especially don't like is this concept of like agent, like this agent is going to call you and talk to you. Like, I don't want to deal with that. Like, that sounds horrible. So I'll probably never be a movie star because I don't want to deal with any agents. And it seems like all good jobs involve agents, which is why, I don't know, people talk about parallel economy between like Republicans and Democrats, but I think it's deeper than that. I think it's people who are willing to have agents run their life and people who aren't. It's like people who are willing to spout the orthodoxy and people who aren't. People who are willing to be part of the Borg collective and people who aren't. Like, it's not as simple as Republican or Democrat or this issue or that issue. It's like a lifestyle difference. Some people don't want to be part of the Borg collective. I'm one of those people. I have no interest in being part of the Borg collective. And Hollywood is absolutely part of the collective, and I will not be a part of that. I mean, I suppose if they want to buy my comics and make movies, they're welcome to. Just don't expect me to be a part of the production. All right, so we clipped, sanded, and greased C3. Now we need to find A7 and C8, and they're going to connect to this newly greased piece. All right, I think I see C8 right here. That looks like it, right? Let's just double check there. Yep, that's C8. So let's grab, while we're grabbing that, let's do the next question. What's something that scared you when you were a child? Well, which age? Because before, when I was like a toddler, there was something about nighttime. I remember I would like hide under the covers when I was falling asleep. But then it would be like hot and I couldn't breathe and I would take the covers off. And then it would be like I'd be scared again. So I would like work out a system where I kind of made a tent out of the covers so I can have like some breathing, but also some security. I think this is common. I think I'm not the only child who set up like tents out of their covers. I'm pretty sure I've seen that in movies. But that was when I was, let's say, 3 years old. After that, you know, I think I've said this before on streams. I don't have a reputation of being afraid. I have kind of reputation of being fearless. So, like, for example, I would do the newspapers at 5 a.m. every morning, walking around in the dark by myself. There could be cars speeding, there could be maniacs, there could be dogs. And there were all those things at different times. And there was criminals, and I don't know. I mean, I was like college MVP in the shot put, so I'm probably the type of person that people don't choose to like have a problem with or to attack, but I suppose they could. I mean, somebody could have a weapon of some sort. But at the same time, it's like I don't want to live my life in fear. So, although there are some things that you probably would be justified in being afraid of, I can't like spend my life being afraid. Like there have been people who've tried to intimidate me and I just choose like not to be afraid. Like I just can't live like that. Because, you know, fear, I mean, people use it to like control you. And it's like you're better off just taking your chances. Like the fear will do worse to you than whatever the bad thing that happens. So you just can't live your life in fear. That's like another reason, because you know that Borg collective that we were talking about a minute ago, they also like anti-religion. And you know, they try to make it seem like, oh, we're anti-religion because they have morality and we don't, you know, we do what we want or something like that. But also when you have religion, it's like armor, because you can believe that you have a guardian angel, or you could believe that God is like on your side or he has a purpose for you, and it makes you less afraid. And I think that's one of the reasons the Borg collective doesn't like its members to be religious, because then you can't control them through fear. I mean, I'm not saying that someone thought that out, you know, because that'll sound like a conspiracy theory, but maybe that's just the way things evolved, you know? It's like how evolution works. Things just happen, but they work, and that's how they stay. So somehow the Borg collective became atheist, and somehow that works. All right, so I'm pausing here because once I click this in, there's a piece locked in there, and it should be. That's why they had us grease the piece first. But I just want to make sure I've got everything lined up correctly before I lock it closed and can't get to it again. Suggest to remove C8 by hand. Polish cutting points of C3 where it will affect rotation. Lubricate shadow areas. You know, I think our lubrication, I'm not sure if it went as high as it needed to. Let's just double check that. I actually think it did. Well, we could go a little higher. Let's put a little more lubrication on there, just because this is our last chance to get in there. They didn't say to lubricate the top, but to lubricate right from the top. So I guess I don't mind if a little lubrication gets on the top, and I consider it better than not lubricating. All right, now I have to click this on, but it's going to spin. So I don't think we need to be too afraid. Like, I think it's time. Let's click it in there. All right, it's in. Now we can't spin it anymore unless we stick something in there, and that's probably where that hex post is going to go. So this is basically the engine, but it looks like an engine. There's the flame, but it's not actually an engine. But this motor is the actual engine. Now, what I'm saying by actual, I'm saying physical, the moving part. This is aesthetic, but this is very common in models. They have one piece that looks like what you expect to function, but it doesn't really scale down. You can't really build an engine that size, so they do a motor with a post, and then they're going to stick that post inside of this engine, and they're kind of like going to simulate it. So this is the model's engine. Yes, I don't know. I got to think up what the terms. This is the physical engine. This is the model engine. If that makes sense, just think about it, and you'll figure it out. All right. So next, as we predicted, the hex post goes in there. So there we go. It's all very loosey-goosey right now. You can see all these parts. They're not really sticking together. But they're all, lined up, and hopefully they're going to get locked in when they get added to this. You can see, look at this. That's probably where the motor's going right there. It doesn't say that yet, but it makes sense, right? And that's going to kind of lock everything together because they're like ridges. There's a column and there's ridges, and then there's going to be pins that lock in from the top. All right. Okay, there's a lot of instructions in one picture. Did we skip a page? We did. We did skip a page. Okay, good. All right, 4-2. It's exactly what we were expecting. We're going to drop this wings into this body. And there's no additional pieces to add. We're just going to drop this into that. When assembly, press both ends to prevent parts falling down. I think they mean when assembled. All right, so this they're considering 2. This they're considering the engine. Grease shadow areas. So we're going to drop this into here, and then we're going to throw some more grease on. All right. There are, remember these slots from yesterday? The slot here. And we were saying it didn't line up with here. What it's going to line up with is that wire. And that's going to be part of our guide. And the body's going to go through there. Which part of the body, though? We got to get this right. I think it's this screw sort of portion. Because that screw is going to crank all these gears on both sides. All right, this is going to be cool. All right, if we can get it in there, because all the pieces are flopping all over the place, but let's just see if we can do it. All right, it might be lined up, but I want to look at the picture a few more times. All right, there's a little space on the attachment to the motor. I'm just trying to figure out how that clicks in here. All right, looks like the front of the motor goes right up to the front of this assembly. And when you do that, then that lines up. Yeah, I thought that's how that was going to go. And now push this down. I heard a click, but it pops right back up. So I don't know what that's all about. Let's try again. Ah, okay. These pieces on the bottom are supposed to go through here. Yes. Nice. This came out, but that's no problem. I was going to get that back in. I think it's no problem. All right. This bottom clicked in. Those two posts went through there. They're going to be two screws in a minute, I'm sure. The wings, one of them has a slot, one of them doesn't. The motor has a little carriage here. It's going to get locked in by screws in a minute. It's looking good. It's looking good. Bottom line, we didn't screw up yet, but there's still plenty of time. All right, next we're supposed to add grease to where the wings connect, where the motor carriage, the chassis basically connects, and this little gear back here. So the gear, the wings, and the motor, they all get grease. So that means they're all going to be moving parts. The problem is I can't see. So I don't know, I feel like I need like a platform to put this on so you can see it, because, and then it would be closer to my eyes, because the way it is now, I'm probably going to block it with my head when I try to do this. But it has to be done. All right, we're just going to put a dollop of grease everywhere. I might have put too much there. And another bit back here. I don't know if I'm putting on too much or not, but definitely need some. Grease this gear and then maybe spin it a little. All right. There's only so much grease we could put on here. And I think we put a good amount. Okay. What's next? Next is an image, and we're supposed to look at it and believe that everything is good. I would say the only thing that doesn't look good is that these wires are pointing up, and in the picture they're pointing down. I don't think that matters. Yeah, I'm going to have to assume that does not matter. Otherwise it looks good. Now we're going to do some screws. Actually, this is nice. There's a piece that's going to lock everything in. And so there's a body piece that's going to go from front to back. It's going to lock everything in. And then on top of it is going to be two gears and two screws. So this is going to be, we're about to do a really good piece of work right here. The only thing, though, we're not attaching it to this yet. We're going to do like 3-4 steps, and then we're going to attach it to this. So the first step is just finding the piece and attaching the gears at the top. So that piece is called A4. There it is. That's A4. All right, while I cut and sand A4, let's name one thing that would add 10% more happiness to your life. Oh my goodness, it's very scary, the thing that popped into my head. It's like, it's crazy. My kids are about to go to college. And I was just thinking, I have 3 boys, and the second one's about to go to college, and then the third one is 2 years away. And when it said Name one thing to add 10%. The first thought that popped into my mind was a daughter. But I shouldn't say that because I mean I'm 50. I'm gonna be 50 in a few months, and it's not like probably the timing's not right. I'm probably supposed to be thinking about traveling, my wife and I. But that's the weird thing that just popped into my head. So let's not think about that for a second. Let's think of something else, because if that did happen, it would probably be more than 10% joy. So that's definitely not the answer. 10% joy, I think, would just be having a salary that covered. I mean, we live in a modest place. I mean, we don't live in a huge place. It's got a small backyard. It's a townhouse. It's 17 feet wide. It's got 3 bedrooms. It's a modest place. But for some strange reason, the mortgage is like 3K and the utilities are like 1,500K. And then when you factor in my kids' tuition, and obviously we need some groceries to eat, we basically have nothing left. And it's been like that the entire 15 years we're here. If I hadn't been added to this review program, which gave me these like models to do at night, then I would just be like, continue making comics at night or watching TV or whatever, which is not bad. I mean, I enjoyed making comics, definitely better than watching TV. But like, I would say, yeah, an amount of money in which I wasn't constantly under pressure. I'm not asking to be rich. I'm not asking for like $1 million. I'm just asking like to not have, it's like every paycheck comes up and then I pay the bills and then it's like the next paycheck and then I get several of these $35 fees because like I don't have the money to stretch to the next paycheck. And you could say that's my fault. I'm supposed to manage it better. But like, I don't think it would harm the universe if I got, an extra like 1K per month. I don't see how that would cause any problems. All right, so C1 and C2 we need, and those are the C1 and C2, and then 2 P29s. So C1 and C2, that means they're plastic, right? So I guess it's these, right? These plastic gears. Now, why are they C1 and C2? Is there any difference between them? I don't see any difference, but they're not labeled. So I'm going to put 1 on the left and 2 on the right. I'm just saying that out loud in case I need to rewind and remember what I said. What did I say? 1 on the left and 2 on the right? All right, that's what I'm saying now. 1 on the left, 2 on the right. I don't think they matter, but that's the plan. One on the left, 2 on the right. There's 1. There's 2. The fact that that's stuck, yeah, that needs to be sanded. Don't want to sand it too much. All right, yeah, that one's fine. All right, C1 and C2, and now I need 2 P29s. What is a P29? P29 is a 5mm gold screw that's in bag 6. I need 2 of those. Here's bag 6. Oh yeah, we were dealing with this yesterday, I remember. I remember we had trouble getting out only 1 or 2 screws. All right. 2. All right. Well, I would normally get 2 when I only need 1. So now let's assemble them. This is the orientation. The gear. All right. C1 actually goes on this side. So I don't know why I lined them up the other way. All right, C1 goes here. This piece, yeah, okay, it doesn't, I don't think it matters which way is up and which way is down. There's a little bit of a lip on this side, and the other side is flat. In fact, there's indentation. So if it's going to receive something later on, then the indentation should go up. So we need to, I can't tell by looking at the picture, but I think if we look ahead to what's going to connect to it, we'll figure out what we need to do. I looked ahead a little bit, and I don't think anything connects to it because it gets covered by this other piece in a few. All right, what I think is that the flat side goes up and this little bit of a ridge side goes down. That's what I think looking at it visually. That also makes sense because it will create some space between the gear and the body and allow it to spin. But why it might not make sense is that the screw is going to lock in. Actually, this makes total sense. The screw is going to sink. Yeah, this is definitely the way to do it. Because the screw will sink in. So this side has a bump. This side is flat, but it has a sink. So that's basically the side with the bigger hole goes facing up because the screw will go in that hole. Wow, that should have been easy to figure out. I took way too long to figure that out. Come on. Can't tell if that's lined up or not. I think it is. Wow, there's like a whole post on the other side. And there's a hole on the other side of the post. Not sure what that's all about. By the way, we didn't sand this well enough. I think this is the one that we looked at and said doesn't need sanding. I don't know why I thought that. I was wrong. All right, this looks pretty good. I don't know how tight I should make it. It still spins, so I'm not going to make it. But at the same time, you don't want it to be at the wrong height. You know, like if it's going to attach to something else, it needs to be at the right height. And it does have the countersink. Well, I just don't know. Are there any instructions? C1 and C2 are decorative pieces, not rotatable. There's our answer. Let's screw them in completely tight. C1 and C2 are decorative pieces, not rotatable. So now I screwed it in completely and it doesn't rotate at all. But I'm told by the directions that that's totally fine. I'm glad they put that in. You know, this might be the best model that I've built so far. It takes a long time. That's maybe a downside to it, but it's just so, it's so quality what we're building and it's so detailed what we're doing. And they even like put in those proper instructions, like these are decorative pieces. That absolutely was like the question on my mind, and they answered it. What that means that, because some of these things, they look like someone just did the instructions once and the same guy who designed it tested the instruction. He's like, yeah, it works. Yeah, of course it works. You know everything. You got to have the instructions done by someone. Someone's got to build it based on your instructions, and you got to stop and see all their questions. And then you got to have like 5 people do that because they might have different questions. And then you got to add all their answers in here as they've done. So like that's the way it's supposed to be. Or you could argue that it's a model and part of the game is figuring it out. So it is different. You know, I'm not going to say that there isn't some joy to doing the ones with bad instructions. There could be. But these are very professional instructions. That's what I want to say. Very good instructions. All right, now A14. Polish cutting points of A14 smoothly or it will affect rotation. So I guess A14 is going to rotate. So all we're doing is cutting out and polishing A14. What do you think I fear most in life? Well, I guess for about 30% of you out there, you seem to fear germs, which like, I don't want to judge you for that, but it's an odd thing to be so afraid of, because you're coming in contact with germs every day. I'm looking at B. I'm looking for A14 on the sheet B. Of course, I was never going to find it. I think this is the A sheet. So 30 you are afraid of germs. There's some percentage of you, and this is kind of sad, you're afraid of living your life. I've seen some people make it work. Here in Japan, it's like a very popular thing for people to like stay inside and just live on like 4chan or whatever, or Reddit. But before those things existed, there were these sad cases of these guys who would like basically live their whole life with their parents, and their parents would like take them to White Castle and KFC when they're like 45 years old, and like that was basically their life. They never like branched out. So those people, what are they fearing? What's stopping them from branching out? And what's stopping them from living their life? Because you might say, well, maybe they were this and that, and they didn't get a job, and they didn't get a wife, and they didn't get this and that. Well, could they have joined the Foreign Legion? Could they have joined the army? Could they have done like something? Like there's got to be something they can do other than go to KFC with their parents when they're like 45 or even 60. Who knows? Some people might live their whole life that way. So they seem to be afraid of something. Maybe I'm presuming, but I think so. Seems like it. Okay, so we cut and polish this piece. And then next, they're showing a symbol which I think means to grease it, but they don't say it. Let me go back to the ones where it did say grease. Yeah, it was the same symbol. So here, when it specifically said grease shadow areas, it showed the same logo that it shows here. So we need to grease this piece, basically. And then after we grease it, we need to drop it through here. I just want to know exactly where it's going so I can just do it one right after another. There are ridges on this. I don't know if there are ridges on this. There are not. It's probably going to catch something on the other side, those ridges. But for now, we're just going to grease it and drop it through. And then the grease is probably going to keep dripping. But, that's what the instructions say to do. All right, there's some grease. What is this grease? I'm like, I would like to know what I'm using here, what I'm applying. Is it wax? Did they add something to make the wax extra drippy? What is the official? Is there like a gear grease that you can buy in a can? It's not Crisco, is it? I don't know what it is. I probably could sniff it if I really care. All right, so we dropped that in, and it's supposed to get caught on the other side by P28 and P30. P28, I believe, is that crown piece. Do you remember that crown piece? It was like the only piece left in bag 5. There it is, the crown piece. So that's going to catch it, but it's going to catch it on the smooth side. It's like the crown is facing down. And then, so the crown is going to face down, smooth side is going to go up, and then it's going to get locked in with P30. which is in bag 7. Bag 7 is empty. But there's 100 screws that fell into the box, so I'm going to assume that these screws are P30s. But just in case, I'm going to confirm it. So what is P30 supposed to look like? It's supposed to be a black 5mm screw, a skinny black 5mm screw. So it's 5mm long and it's 1.4mm wide. So let's just confirm here. All right, 5mm long. There's about 5mm long. Check. There you go, 5mm long. Now 1.4mm wide diameter on the post. 1.4mm diameter on the post. Kind of like tricky when you get into the 0.4 kind of thing. See, I went from point. All right, 1.35 is going to be as close as we can get. I mean, let's just see. That should like almost fit. It turns sideways. I'm going to say that's a match. All right, so that's the screw. All that to say, yes, we have the right screw. Okay, now what are we doing with the screw? All right, we're going to put it on its back. We're going to drop the crown facing down. I missed. All right, let's do it this way. Let's drop the screw through, grab the other end, then put it on its back. Now, this is going to go into this piece. Is it? Is it going to go into this piece? It doesn't really give you a good angle at it. I can't really see it really well. I think it just makes sense because they're showing this dropping in from the top and this from the bottom. So I guess they go together, and it does kind of show a circle there, which matches the crown, and a pin there, which matches the screw. So I assume that that's correct, but it's kind of an assumption. But it's an assumption that we're going to try. We're going to do it. We're going to find out. I just dropped the screw. Come on. The problem is I can't hold it by the crown because it's not attached. So I'm going to try to line it up and then get in there with the screwdriver. I got it. I feel it. Flip it around, get the screwdriver on. I think it's on, but I'm not sure. I clearly just dropped it. All right, that didn't work. But I'm going to try it again. Give it another shot before I try something else because I feel like it was close to working. Yeah, I feel it. That's going to work. Yeah, it's going. That's in. Now, how tight do I make this? Do I need this to turn or not? Well, we greased it, so we clearly do need it to turn. And if I make it tight, will it still turn? Let's tighten maybe one more. All right. It's tight and it still turns. And I don't think I can make that not turn. I don't think there's an amount tight I can make it where that won't turn because, yeah, it's just the length of the screw versus the length of this piece. I don't know. Anyway, looks good. Looks good. We're moving on. All right, next thing. We need 3 P29s and we're going to attach A5. This is A5. Yes, confirmed. That's A5. So we're going to clip it, we're going to sand it, and we're going to attach 3 P29s. So let me get my P29s ready. What the hell is a P29? It's a gold screw in bag 6. All right. Why do I never remember this? We keep grabbing these same screws, and every time I look it up, like I have no idea. P29 is in bag 6. If I don't remember next time, someone remind me in the chat. These, if people would be active in the chats, these assemblies would actually go quicker. Anyway, there's 3 of them. All right, so while I cut, sand, and screw, let's answer the question. What part of yourself do you see reflected in me? By the way, we never finished what you're afraid of, but anyway, reflected in you. All right. Well, we're both assembling puzzles, so there's that. Reflected. Well, you're watching a video and I watch videos. I'll tell you, I watch more audio only. I mean, there's video. It's like, for example, this one. Like, you could watch the audio or you could just listen. Listenable. I think that's what they call it. So, all right, these have little connections here. Do they have little connections down here? They don't. They have screw posts. Yeah, and they're going to fit up perfectly. All right, what was I saying? Oh, reflected. What's reflected? Something in you reflected in me? What part of you reflects, what part of me do I see reflected in you? Okay, and I was saying that we both like podcasts where there is a screen, but you don't have to look at it. But that's kind of like not very specific. What else can we come up with? I mean, I guess I don't know a lot about you. You're just a person showing up to listen to a podcast. Well, I'll tell you this, you give things a shot, and so do I. Because I sometimes, a lot of people, they'll like, what podcast should I listen to? And they're like, oh, Joe Rogan, he's the most popular, I'll listen to him. Or like, what music should I listen to? Oh, the Beatles are the most popular, I guess I'll listen to them. Maybe I thought of that because this puzzle is called Scout Beetle. Whereas you and I, we both think like, oh, this guy only has like a handful of listeners. Like, let's check it out. You know, because like, if there's 1 million people listening to Joe Rogan, that information is going to make it out into society without me listening to it. Like, I could wait and hear secondhand the most relevant bits that make it into the culture. Like, I don't have to listen to his 4-hour podcast because there's 1 million other people listening, and whatever is really valuable, people are going to start repeating it, like in the supermarket, in the elevator, anywhere where random people say things, the ferry. It's like, I don't have to listen. There's plenty popular. But the unpopular one, I might think like, well, maybe we should listen, see what's going on, see what's going on here. And I'll tell you, you hear some crazy stuff. I remember there's one guy I listened to for a while. He was doing these like live streams, but the screen would be black and he would just talk. And he was basically complaining. It would like, he must have lived somewhere in New York. I could kind of guess a lot about him by his voice, but I'm not going to say that because they're just guesses. And he would talk into a black screen and it would be like what he saw today and why the person who did that thing he saw was stupid. And I didn't listen to this guy for that long, maybe a couple of weeks, but you know, it was nice. I felt like I was enriched by hearing what he felt the need to say. You know, he saw some stuff, he felt the need to say it, and you know, I kind of appreciated that he said it and I listened. You know, so if you're listening to me, we have sort of have that in common. You'll listen to some like lunatic on the internet, not like you're going to do what he says, but you just kind of want to hear, well, this is another person. Let's see what he has to say for himself. I mean, there's like supposedly 7 billion people on Earth. By the way, what's with those people who don't have anything unique to say? You know what I'm talking about, right? There's some people some people will label them like NPCs. Like they won't ever say anything like original. They'll only say stuff that everyone else is already that is already being said. I mean, the most common example is by the mainstream media, but it could be by teachers, it could be by, I don't know, the mayor, if you're some town where the mayor makes speeches. I don't know who really, but there's people who like never say anything original. You know, I might be onto something here with this with this mini rant. And the fact that you're listening to me means you're one of the people who does original things. There might be plenty of original people who listen to Joe Rogan, but there's probably a lot of NPCs listening to Joe Rogan. But if you're listening to this podcast, you have a curious mind, which is not to say that I'm saying anything important, but the fact that you were curious enough to click on it and hear it, that's interesting. All right, P29, we need 4 of them. Now, I remember what P29 is. It's in bag 6. It's a bunch of gold screws. So we need 4 of them. By the way, what we need them for is we're going to attach this to this. And we're going to lock the motor in. And it says to make sure I've got the motor in the right place before I lock it in. So these gears are about to get hidden. It's actually kind of cool. Let's look at the gears one more time. Let's spin them. Well, the gears are not really spinning, probably because I put the motor in there, and it's like clogging the way. But the motor's supposed to be a good thing. Did I not grease the motor enough? Not sure what's going on here, but the gears don't spin anymore. I'm wondering if I didn't grease them enough. Let's get some more grease in there. Well, I just put a lot of grease in there because I didn't like that this thing wasn't spinning. And I can't guarantee that it's going to spin now. But let's try it again. Still not spinning. Basically, these gears would spin, except that they're against this motor thing. And let me see if I can get that to spin. When I do spin it, the grease disappears. I'm like spinning it right now. But I can't also spin the gears that touch it. Why not? All right, okay. The motor is the main piece. I'm not really sure. And maybe I failed at this. Or maybe they're just not supposed to spin from that angle. I guess we're gonna find out. I mean, they look like, it looks to me like everything's lined up. But when I try to spin it by the gear, it doesn't spin. But maybe the motor is gonna spin it, because when I spin the thing with my finger, then they spin. So I'm not panicking yet, but it definitely, these gears, like I used to be able to just turn this gear and the whole thing would spin. Now I turn this gear and it sort of stops because this motor stops it. But maybe when I plug the motor in, it's going to turn it and everything's going to work out. I don't know. Let's see. I didn't even get my 4 screws yet. But it was worth it to check that motor, because we're about to lock on the hood and then we will not have access to it anymore. So all we really did was add more grease and worry. But maybe that grease is going to make the difference. 1. Still need 3 more. 2. 3, 4. All right. Now, they're going to go through these first 4 holes. And they're going to go on top of this thing. All right. I said make sure the motor's in place. It is. The motor is in place. Look at those long posts. Where are they going to go? They go back here. That's crazy. All right, is the motor in place? I believe it is. All right, there's a little bit of clicking action going on here. Is everything staying in place? Back here. What's going on? All right, it looks good. Let's start driving some screws in. Did I answer my question? What's the next question? If you could recommend a daily practice that I had to do for the next year, what would it be and why? So the secularist would describe this as meditation, but I would describe it as prayer because I'm religious. So if I was to recommend something to you, I would recommend that you pray every day. And it doesn't have to be super elaborate. It doesn't have to be super formal. It doesn't have to be structured. Though those things can be helpful. But just pray. Just talk to God every day. Like in your mind. You don't have to do it out loud. And prayers are sometimes interesting because you can like do them rote. Like you can memorize a prayer and just say it. And then other days you can like really think about what it means. And then other days you can just talk. So I'm not really like a prayer teacher. I can't really tell you exactly how to do it. But I think if you don't currently pray, you might want to start. Even people who clearly don't believe in God will tell you about the power of prayer. And they probably are referring to maybe the mental tuning, I think, is what someone who believes in like the universe, but not a specific God, might describe it as like mental tuning. It's like when you're praying, you're directing your own brain, which is a kind of a weird thing to think. Like consciousness, like some people think, well, it's your brain and it's, it's the collection of your experience and it's some RNG and it's like whatever. But then clearly, and they'll say like, oh, free will is an illusion. That's a scary thing. That's a scary path to go down. But let's just say your free will, your instincts, you want to have free will, but you also want to have real-time decision making. And that could mean thinking in advance what you want out of life, what you consider your character to be, what you consider your priorities to be, all these sort of things. Like a company has a mission statement, and a human, they could have a mantra, someone could call it, I would call it prayer. It's a lot of different things. It's a mental whiteboard. It's a reminder to yourself of your goals. It's a commitment to yourself of your character. It's a lot of different things. If you haven't tried it, try it. I think you'll get something out of it. And I'm not telling you who to pray to and what to pray. I'm just telling you, if you haven't yet tried this thing called prayer, give it a shot. I'm not sure how tight to make these screws. The reason why I'm hesitant to tighten them all the way is it feels like it's a little bit slanted. is there a reason it's slanted? Is it not fitting in, like this piece is blocking it? And then it will go down further. I feel like the back should lock in. Anyway, I've got it all pushed in the back, and now I'm going to tighten the screws in the front. Though I would like to have a screw in the back as well, but they don't give you one. So I'm going to pinch the back, support the front, and tighten the screws. And then, see, I'm enjoying this live streaming process, but I'm sort of concerned about recommending that, because if everyone live streamed, who would be left to watch the live streams? I don't know. You know, maybe when you have friends, you know how you have like friends and you take turns going over each other's like houses, maybe there should be like a friend group and you take turns who hosting the live stream. Like today we're gonna watch this guy. What's going on with these tabs? We never finished what we're gonna do with the black tab we put at 90 degrees. Is that gonna connect to anything? If not, I feel like folding it right now, but I'm not sure. And we're 14 minutes from the 2 hour mark, so I feel like we gotta wrap it up. There is one nice, I mean, we might go a little bit further, but I just want to point out, if we had to wrap at this point, it wouldn't be the worst thing because everything's connected. So last night when we finished the stream, we had 3 pieces. We had the base, we had the body, and we had the wing. Today so far, we built the second wing, we built the top of the body, and we connected the wings to the body, adding a motor. So we've got something here. I mean, you know, I kind of want to call it an engine, but it's a bug. It's a robo bug, so maybe engine still is the right word. So we've got something here. But I feel like we're still a long way from connecting it to here. So we're going to have at least 2 pieces at the end of the stream. But the pieces that are left, we're starting to get some big pieces. You know, we've got some big pieces here. More big pieces here, but we've also got a few little pieces, some gears and whatnot. So we're still a long way from being done. I don't even know that we could finish it tomorrow. I think if we can get any further today, we should. Let's turn the page and see what's there. Wait, first let's read the instructions, because you know what? I put the 4 screws on top, but it's showing 2 screws on bottom. So let's see what those 2 bottom screws are. All right, when parts need to be disassembled due to faults in the later test, please remove the bottom screws. Before assembly, check motor inserted properly. Bottom screws, okay. 2 more P29s go on the bottom. We didn't put those in yet. When we look at them, they're on the side of this T. So those 2 spots. Look how many P29s we already have on the bottom. 7. And we're going to add 2 more. And we also have other screws. Anyway, we're about to add 2 more. I'm telling you, this is a cool project. Like, if you ever wanted to assemble a video game controller, this is like the closest thing to that. Well, they're probably, you know what? Maybe there's a kit where you assemble your own Xbox video game controller. And let me tell you something. There probably is such a thing, but if I search the internet tomorrow and it doesn't exist yet, well, you know what my next project is. I'm going to find someone to make that, because can you imagine? You get a kit where you assemble your own Xbox controller? That sounds cool. That has to already exist. There's no way that nobody did that yet. Because it can be like as fun as this, except you can make your controller when you're done. Excuse me. And if you can make your own controller, you can tinker with your own controller. So the only difference is there probably are ones already, but are those ones kits that you build from scratch? You know what? I think I'm putting that in the wrong spot. Yeah, that's the wrong spot. It's supposed to go here. Don't worry, it wasn't gripping anything. It wasn't gripping anything, so I knew it was the wrong spot. Well, it was kind of hard to tell from the picture. Well, that's no excuse, really. I should have got it right. All right. See if it grips something this time. Yeah, it's definitely gripping something. In fact, I pushed the body out of place, which is good because it means now I'm locking the body into place. Yeah. Yeah, remember I was saying I wish there was another screw locking the back? This is it. It locks from the underside. Nice. Very nice. Let's get this last one in. Are the wings still on? Yeah, they just kind of... They're attached with these little like wires. They're almost like nothing wires, so they're not really a tight connection, those wings. And they're probably going to flutter when we turn the engine, the motor on. Nice. This is solid. Not the wings. The wings are ridiculous. They're like, this wire is like the wire you use to put Christmas ornaments on a Christmas tree. That's what's holding those wings on. But this body, it's tight right now. These two screws, these three screws aren't countersunk. They're the ones that go into those metal plates. I don't know what that's all about. Anyway, everything looks good. All right, what's next? Is that the controller board? Oh my goodness, we're going to add the controller board. It shows 2 hex pins. Are they plastic hex pins? Where are they coming from? Oh my goodness, we're going to connect the motor to the controller board. All right, we got to keep going. All right. Controller board is P12. There it is. Can't miss it. There's the controller board. Look at that. Nice. Oh, there's the hex pins. They're underneath this. So should I take this off or leave it on? Completed as shown. Need to be pinched tightly. That's the connection. That's the electrical connection. But as for the controller board, I think we have to remove this plastic. Tighten screws diagonally. So we need 4 P30s, which come from bag 7. Bag 7 is the empty bag, so these are probably these screws rattling around here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So we're going to connect the controller board with the screws, and then we're going to attach the electronics to that middle section. We're going to take this off, but I think that can wait a second until after we screw it on. I'm worried about the screws for 2 reasons. One, there's 7 screw holes and we're only putting in 4 screws. 4 of the screws have circles around them, so that's probably the 4 that we need. Just checking against the instructions. It does look like that's the case. This screw hole, which is not on this side, it's only on this side, is not in the instructions. So there's an error in the instructions. But anyway, we're definitely not using that hole. So it is the 4 holes with the circles on them. I haven't lined it up yet, but I believe that's the case. And I'm worried about over-tightening them and snapping the circuit board. So we're going to be careful. All right, let's do it. Let's attach the circuit board. So we go to the underside of the bug. Oh, look at these 2 pins. Are they going to go into this base in a minute? I don't know. All right. So the extra holes are probably going to be for lining it up. There might already be posts here. Let's see. There aren't. No, there are. Do you see those 2? You see? Can you see that? There's 2 plastic posts there. I think we're going to line those up with these 2 holes. Nice. Yes, they do. You see, it's already attached. I mean, we're going to put in the 4 screws, but it's already kind of attached. And I'm not going to super tighten the screws. I'm going to tighten them until there's tension, and then I'm going to stop because I don't want to break the circuit board. I want to get them flush, but I don't want the circuit board to have any pressure on it. Flush, and then I'm done. Flush, done. 3 more. Okay, well, I'm doing 3 screws. Tell me something you admire about me. Well, what I admire about you is it's difficult to answer because there's no one currently in the watching the video, so I'm really grasping at straws here. But I think what I admire about you is that you're on YouTube rather than Roku or cable. I had to back this screw out a little bit. I think I did it too tight, which means that you want to be in union, at least in a thought union with your fellow man. Because when you watch mainstream media, I know that sometimes they'll put like people's tweets on the screen or something, or they'll take calls. I think C-SPAN maybe has a show that takes calls, but usually it's one way. When you're watching like broadcast media, it's like one directional. Whereas when you go on YouTube, the people make more of a connection with the audience. Not only is there like sort of just their whole like way of talking seems more conversational rather than broadcast, but they actually, you can post comments, you can post in chat, and these are real people. You know who's writing the script. I mean, usually, you know who's doing the presentation, and you can contact them. And that's definitely different from broadcast media. And the fact that you're choosing to spend your time on YouTube rather than broadcast media, which is more polished and professional, it means you want to be part of this human race. So that's something admirable, and I admire that because not everybody does. Some people are like, I made my money, I got my prestige, I got my house, I got my car, I got my status, and they could give a shit less about what anyone else in the world thinks. And there's something to be said for that. But, you know, where the question's, what do I admire about you? And that's what I admire, that you're not that person. You're more connected to the world. All right, it's now time to remove this piece. There we go, very easy. Just toss that in the trash. By the way, these toothpicks are considered tools. Oh, and this wrench. We used the needle nose pliers, but I guess we could have used the wrench. There's a piece of plastic in there. Did something come out of that piece of plastic? You see what I mean? I don't know what that is. I'm going to throw it out. Wait, what if I need it? What if it's part of the build? I'm throwing it out. I guess I just will be missing it. So that was a non-cautious thing I just did. All right, now A6 and 3 P30s. So we're very familiar now with these P30s. Let's get 3 of them. And where's A6, we're going to cut. I don't even think we need to sand it, but I will, just so there's no sharp edges. And while I cut and sand A6, let's say, who is someone that you lost touch with but still think about? Lost touch with but still think about. So there's someone that I'm not in contact with, but I think about them? Well, I mean, what's the frequency here? Does someone else bring them up? And that causes me to think about it, because I saw someone at Costco a few months ago and he brought up someone that we used to know. But I didn't think of it on my own. So I don't know if that counts. All right, just confirming, yes, this is E6. So this is the bottom. Is this the top? Or yeah, this is the bottom. It's the bottom of the bug. All right, and we're going to attach that. That's going to be cool. So there's someone, but I didn't lose touch with them, but I only see him at track meets. The guy who was my grade school track coach. And then he was also my kid's grade school track coach. And in fact, I dedicated the decathlon trial, my decathlon trial book to him. So there was a time when I lost contact, but I was still thinking about him because I dedicated the book. But now I'm in contact again because I'm back into the Staten Island track and field community. So that at some point that could have been the answer. Currently, not really sure. I gotta think about that. You know, I don't think. There's a lot of people that I lost contact with, but there's not a lot of people that I lost contact with that I think about. Oh, okay, you're right. I got one. No, it's not gonna work because I don't spend time thinking about them. Okay, when I saw that friend at Costco, he mentioned one friend, and then I asked about another friend, and that other friend is probably someone that I wouldn't say that I think about, but I did lose contact with, and I at least thought about him, at least on that day, and I think a couple of other days because I just wondered, like someone said hi to me, and I thought like, they knew my name. Who was that? And I thought, was it this guy? Was it that same guy? And it might have been, but I didn't think of it until like a minute later. So I just said hi back without guessing or stopping and shaking their hand. I probably should have. Anyway, I think it was this guy that I went to high school and even college with, and we were on the sports team together. And probably his son and my son go to school together. But I didn't think of it till after he passed because I hadn't seen him in 20 years. And then, so like for a week after that, I was thinking, is that the guy? How can I run into him again and say hi? I was thinking, should I email? I ended up doing nothing. But if I ever run into him again, I'm going to at least shake his hand and say, like, how's it going? And maybe when I hear his voice, I'll be sure who it is I'm talking to. In case that guy's listening, I'll just describe him without saying his name. So he majored in music, worked on Wall Street for about 5 years, and is currently a firefighter, though he could be retired because the other guy that I talked to, he was sanitation and he's now retired because he didn't want to get the, as of January 1st, anybody who wanted to stay employed in New York City needed to meet requirements, and he didn't want to meet that requirement, so he just resigned. But he'd been there like, whatever, 25, 30 years, so it didn't really matter. But this other friend who's fire department, he probably was there like 5 years less, but it still would be over 20. So I'm just saying that all to say he could potentially be retired or he could still be working. I don't really know. All right, so this piece here with the two circles, that's going to line up with these two posts. And then once that lines up, wherever the screws go, that should just automatically be lined up, right? But where do the screws go? I think two of them probably go there, and this is probably the third one. Yeah, I think that's right. All right. Feel like a lot of this build is watching me work with these tiny screws. And I'm always like pinching this thing to keep it together, which doesn't leave me a second hand to grab the screws. but I think for these three, I can just drop them in by hand. Yeah, that worked. All right, I'm gonna come back and tighten them all at the end. For now, I'm just gonna get them all started. Feels like it popped out. Oh, it looks good though. I don't know. I mean, it's not tightened yet. It'll feel better when it's tightened. The fact that these two posts went through pretty much, once that happened, we really couldn't mess up. Nice. Those really went in deep, that top one. Now this one too. This is tight. Nice. Nice. Oh, fuck. We forgot to connect the engine. We got to unplug this. We got to connect the engine and then do it again. It was going so well. I got to undo these 3 screws. Wow. We had it locked in so tight. Hopefully we didn't strip these screws and we can still get a good connection, because we definitely got to redo it. Because we didn't hook the motor to the circuit board, which we were supposed to do. Don't know how we forgot that. See, I'm trying to answer these questions to make the stream more entertaining, but we really need the people in the chat to get active and tell me when I'm skipping steps. I know that you can't see the directions, but I read the directions out, so you should be able to follow that. You know, I mean, connecting the motor to the circuit board, that's such a huge thing. Well, at least we remembered it before we went even further. I mean, it's just 3 screws too late. We can redo 3 screws. Hopefully we don't strip any of them. The first 2 came out pretty good. This third one is, all right, it's out. All right, so we need to get this into the circuit board. And the way that goes, trying to understand how it goes. I think it goes in the leftmost entry point. And the problem with that is we know we're about to lock on the base, so why are we leaving 2 connectors open? What are those 2 supposed to connect to? Because once we lock on this bottom, we won't be able to get to them anymore. So why are we only using 1 connection? And which direction do I stick it in? Because it's not really clear. I think it's like this. All right, they want it to really be a tight connection. So I'll push from both ends. It says don't leave it out, do push it in, but yet it's not pushed into flush. So that's tricky. I think it matches the picture. All right, now, where do the cables go when I'm putting the bottom on? That's not clear. There's a little space there. I think I could do 1 cable on each side, but for now I just did them both through 1 section and they seem to fit. All right. Back to these 3 screws. Probably should have done the top one first, so those cords don't get pinched, so they don't back out. That'll lock them in, and then they won't be able to go anywhere. Looks good. I don't know if that was on camera. I'm basically tightening these 3 screws. I probably did a lot of stuff again off camera. Sorry. Learning as I go. All right. Circuit board and the motor are hooked up. There seems to be plenty of room there. We got the bottom on. We got the wings on. Got a bunch of gears. We got a compass. What's next? Ooh, we're going to attach to the base next. All right. We're going to be back to, we're going to have one piece at the end of the night. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe on the, if we stop after this page, we'll definitely have one piece. But we potentially could go further and end up with 2 pieces. But you know what? We're at 2 hours. So let's just attach this and call it a night. And we'll pick up on page 13 tomorrow. So it says drop in and then rotate 90 degrees clockwise. And then you know what we're going to do next? We're going to turn on the power and see what happens. That's what they say to do. Drop in and then turn 90 degrees. That's crazy. Why would I not just turn the 90 degrees before I drop it in? Rotate 90 degrees. Do I push it in and then rotate 90 degrees? Or is that lock it in? I see there's little pegs here and there's little things here, but... Oh, okay. Get under there and then rotate 90 degrees. All right. That's how you click on. That's good. All right, now. If wings cannot vibrate, please scan this code to find out the causes and solution. So there's a code on the instruction book. You scan it and it tells you what you did wrong. Turn on the switch in the bottom. Touch the button to test if the wings vibrate. After testing, remove A6 from it. Oh, so remove A6. So we are going to do those 2 other connections. So we put on the bottom just for this test, and then we're going to take it back off. That's crazy. All right, let's do it. All right, let's power it on and see if the wings vibrate. I think they will vibrate, but let's see. We had built it to this point, got it powered up, we pressed the button, and the wings didn't move. And as you see, they still don't move. I think if I go in there they go, I moved for a little. If I like sort of manually move this crank a little bit, then the wings, I don't even know if it was on camera when they moved. You see it's lit up right now. That's how you know the power's on. But if I move these cranks a little bit and then press the button, the wings will maybe move for a second. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So basically, somewhere in there, something is not turning. As you can see, it's tough to turn these cranks right now. And these wings are obviously loosened up, even though I tightened the bolt yesterday. So there was a QR code in the instructions that said, like, scan this and troubleshoot and make the wings work. And I didn't get to that. I didn't have a chance to do that today. So over Thanksgiving break or whenever I get a chance, I'll go in and get this working. And then I'll, you know, just show it, you know, on some other night stream. I'll just like show, hey, it's working now. Right now I'm trying to get the camera, to the edge of the table because I'm tired. There's like so many instances lately where I was working and it wasn't on camera because the camera's like not going close enough to the edge of the table. So we're going to make it go further today. Hold on one more second while I strap up these wires so they don't come undone in the middle of the broadcast, the Ethernet cable. So there was again a disconnect, reconnect. So I don't know if you heard everything I was saying, but basically I was saying when we stopped yesterday, the wings weren't flapping. And I didn't have time to troubleshoot it today. So we're just going to keep building, and then I'll troubleshoot it whenever I get a chance and show it working whenever I get a chance. That's the plan. So for today, I'm just going to keep plowing forward. Got some tools here. You know those pliers, tiny clippers, tiny screwdrivers. I already pulled out all the, I think the camera was maybe reconnecting, but I pulled out all those plastic pieces. A very good instruction booklet, a bunch of metal pieces, mostly screws, and a few gears. Now, as I recall, in the instructions, the next instruction was to take this back off again, this bottom plate. So, but I think in order to work on the gears, we have to take off the top plate. But there could be screw going through the bottom to the top, so if we have to take that off, maybe I will figure out the issue with the gears. And I'm definitely going to tighten this wing. I'm kind of surprised that that wing is doing that, considering that we tightened it last night. Like when did it become untight? Anyway, I'm going to try to tighten that wing right now because I'm just tired of that flopping around. All right, so there's the screw on this side. And the bolt is on the other side. All right, screw is tightened. Oh, you know what? I think I want to hold the bolts and turn the screw. As I recall, that's the easier way to do it. All right, that's tight again. I don't know if it'll come undone again. See, now this one feels like looser. Like maybe when it does that vibration, it comes loose. Not really sure. And I didn't film my video, introduction video. I guess I'll have to film it again during the Thanksgiving break. I guess like basically everything I need to get done is waiting for Thanksgiving break, which I can't wait for. So it looks pretty good, although it's missing the top and the head and the upper set of wings, kind of like a ladybug, I guess. Is that nuclear powered? It's got a compass. It's got a bunch of gears. The gears, they turn a little. I don't know, can you see the gears turning a little? But they're stopping. There's a middle plastic gear. And it seems like before I put in that middle plastic gear, these would spin. So I could probably undo it to that point and just rotate that plastic gear by my hands a few times and then lock it in. You know, make sure everything's turning every step of the way. So that's probably the answer. But we're just going to do whatever the instructions say. I still don't know what this piece of paper is, but it looks nice. We'll keep it around. Oh, now I have a problem where I'm going to go off the camera to that end. Anyway, I think that'll happen less often. I think I was coming off the camera to the front, and that was an issue, and that's going to stop. Here's our parts list. All right, so where did we leave off? So there's the QR code, and it's like, if wings cannot vibrate, please scan this code to find out the causes and solutions. So we turned the power on, we pressed the button, the wings vibrated for like a second, and then they locked up. And if we sort of roll back the gears, we can get them to vibrate another second, but they're clearly getting jammed at some point. Turn on the switch in the bottom, touch the wings, test if the wings vibrate. After testing, remove A6 from it. So A6 is the bottom. This huge bottom piece is A6. You can see here it's labeled A6. The problem with removing A6 is that we're also, don't we have to remove the whole electronic piece? So do I need to twist this and take the whole thing out? Oh, okay, I guess that was pretty easy. All right, so now we have to remove A6. We put it on just to remove it. Yeah, in fact, it says on the instructions, rotate 90 degrees, pop out. And now, oddly enough, it shows the remove A6 before it shows the instructions to rotate and pop out. But when it shows the rotate and pop out, the A6 is still there. So clearly this is a general instruction and we're not yet at the specific instruction. Oh no, wait, sorry. This is not the pop out. I gotta turn the page to see the pop out. All right, there is no instruction for the pop out. This was instruction for installing it. So we installed it, it didn't work. Now they're saying take off A6 because the next set of instructions involve, actually they don't involve anything. You're building on the top and you're not attaching the top. So I don't know why they care whether A6 is on or off, frankly. They must have a reason. And I'm going to keep turning pages until I see, because I don't see why I should take off A6 if they, I mean, look at this. They're just building the top. On these two pages, it's only top. There's nothing to do with the bottom. All right. Now, on this page, no, on 3 pages, the wings show up at the bottom of this 3rd page, and the wings are here. And it is true that when they show up, A6 is off, but then A6 is back 1 panel later. So there must be something there, some reason. Oh, okay. The circuit board is under A6. So we're going to be connecting more items to the circuit board. That's why we need to take A6 off. I'm just going to do that when it's time to do it. I'm going to start building the top. Because if I take it off too soon, then I have to remember all the parts involved in taking it off and putting it back on. And I'd rather do that, take it off, immediately put it back on, rather than have to like keep it separated and cataloged. All right, so let's just start on the next. And the next, it's a big piece. It's R. Is that an R? Oh, that's a B. That's a B9 and F6. B9 and F6. All right, this is C. This is D. This is Z. Where's B? All right, here's a B. And there's the piece we're looking for. It's basically the head of the bug. B9 and F6 we're looking for. Try to get these cut close. All right, I see my hands are on camera, so that's good. File off the rough edges. There seem to be a lot more rough edges on the plastic. Maybe I'm not good at, look at that. There's a ton of it on this one. I didn't do that cut. I did that cut so badly, I'm going to do it again. I think that's the first one I did before I took my glasses off, meaning I was operating blind. Seems like these plastic leave a lot more than the wood. The wooden puzzles, they like snap out and you rarely need to sand them. But this plastic, it's like every single one needs to be sanded, which is wasting, frankly, a lot of stream time. All right, the eyeballs are F6. E. There we go. All these little bugger pieces are on F. And there's the eyeballs, F6. They absolutely must be F6. They're the only ones that look like eyeballs. All right. Do they just snap in there? They don't show any screws. So, yeah, I guess that's the outer rim of the eyeballs and the inner rim. Do I need to keep a certain side up? Can't really tell which side is up. It looks like the same either way. Suggest to take off F6 by hand. What does that mean? Take it off of the sheet? Well, I already cut it out. All right, F6 is going to go on to B9. There's no screws involved. I'm just going to stick it on there. All right. You heard that click sound, right? I guess that was a success. So we need another click on the other side. All right, there we go. Bugger's eyes are on. All right, next. C10 and B14. The B14 goes through C10 and then it goes to 2 P29s, which are bag 6. Why do I feel more crowded tonight than other nights? How did this toothpick get out? We haven't used these toothpicks for anything. You know what I was supposed to use these for? When I was applying the grease. Remember I was saying like I couldn't get to the bottom of the gear? I should have been using this toothpick. That's probably why it doesn't turn. All right, if and when we do open this up, we're gonna redo the gear, redo the grease. We're gonna stick it in with the toothpicks and that's gonna make it work, I guess. All right, 6, 2 more of these little gold screws. I'm gonna be seeing these gold screws in my nightmares. I just dealt with so many of them. All right, there's 2. I was trying to get 1, but I got 2, which is how many we needed, so I guess that worked out. All right, B14. B is the red piece, right? I don't see anything that looks, oh no, let's see. I was gonna say, there's nothing there that looks like B14. All right, here's B. All right, where's 14? The second one of those. Why is that? Here's B14. It's down here. Like some type of scope or something. This is why you should wear goggles. Can you imagine if that went the other direction? All right. There's B6. The other piece we need is C10. This is it. This is C10. I've been watching more of that Pepsi Where's My Jet, and I think I'm leaning towards that leaning towards that the settlement probably was all the media that the guy did, but maybe not. Maybe back then people didn't understand the value of free media, and maybe it was just like a happy coincidence. But anyway, that's where I'm leaning with that. All right, so because basically the guy goes around doing all these interviews, and the guy who's going with him in the interviews, I don't know if it's like a spoiler alert, but rather than mentioning his name, I'll just say it's someone who was in the news a lot recently. I'm not going to define how recent is recently, but like recently, you know? Let's say post-COVID. Actually, I'm not sure if that's true. It might have been pre-COVID. But anyway, recently. But even though this story is like 20 plus years old, what do I do with the emery board? So even though it's an old story, I guess this guy was just there, you know, but the guy is there doing the same stuff that he does now, which makes me think that he either learned it during this case and keeps repeating it, or This was the first, you know, one of those cases. Now I'm like moving all my pieces just because I don't know where the emery board is. Because I'm thinking it's probably underneath this booklet. So next time I use it, I have to put it back in there. So, nope, it's not under there either. That's where it's gonna be next time I use it, because I gotta be able to find, there it is, okay. So this little tiny crap piece didn't cut out well and doesn't fit through that hole until I use the emery board on it. It's not gonna fit through that hole until I file it, because when you cut them, the pieces out, there's like these little bits of plastic that hang on, and it's got to go through this tube here, and it's not going to do that until the plastic's cut off. Even now it's kind of tight, but I'm going to push it in. All right, there we go. It actually feels like it's not going anywhere already, but there's 2 screws I'm supposed to put in, so I'll do that. So one of them is wherever this came out. Okay, so then the other one's in line with it. So it's those 2. That's where the screws go. Impossible to pick up these gold screws. They're like tinier than anything in reality. It's not a totally accurate statement, but... And then you get here and there's no light. I should be able to turn the camera on, the light on the iPad. That would be helpful. Why does it not turn on automatically? I mean, I'm live streaming. Isn't that not worth like the light turning on? If I was filming with the camera, the light would turn on. I guess when you're live streaming, it doesn't want to waste the battery, or maybe it detects enough light in the room. I don't know. But I have the ability to, it has a USB-C port on it, and I have the ability to pass through power while also plugging something in using an adapter. So I could power this at the same time that I'm live streaming and have the Ethernet. That's why I need the second pass through, because I need power and I need Ethernet. Damn it. Drop the screw at the last second. It's magnetic, but you know, it still needs some help. How did I get the first one in? Luck? The second one sure is not going in easily. All right. I'm going to drop the screw in with the fingers, then go in with the screwdriver. I don't know if that's going to work any better, but that's what I'm attempting next. It's like every single time it doesn't go in straight. I don't know what I'm not doing that I could be doing. I'm really thinking that first screw went in purely by luck, because I'm not even close with the second screw. All right, definitely I felt like I had more chance this way, holding it on top of the screwdriver, because then I only use one finger to get in there. You can't fit even one finger, but you can fit one finger better than you could fit 2. All right, that worked. I don't know why the first 10 times it didn't. I guess just like if you get it straight in, it'll work. If not, it doesn't. My lighting was a little messed up there. It was hitting me in the eye. Let's see if I don't have enough problems trying to see this thing. All right, what's next? Okay. We're going to wire something up. Is its eyes going to light up? What are we wiring up here? Press the light beads into the holes with the screwdriver. Where are their holes? Oh, these holes? Up here? Not sure. Maybe. No. I'm not sure. All right. First, let's get P14, which is in bag 2. It should be the only electronics piece left at this point. No, there's 2. Is it the? No, there's 2 left. Okay. The only reason why that matters is if there were only 1 left, I couldn't mess up. It makes sense because there's two ports open in the circuit board, so of course there should be 2 pieces left. They look kind of similar. They're both a Y with a light on the end. This one has a double lights, and this one has oh no, this has 2 wires going into 1 light. So then it must be this piece. All right. I don't know why the 2 lights have different wires, colors. The instructions are in black and white, so those wire colors mean nothing to me. All right. So it looks like I'm supposed to go in kind of like backwards and push the lights. Press the light beads into the holes with the screwdriver. Double signal lights. By the way, they're actually telling you, even though it's not in color, they say the black and red one goes on this side, and the yellow and white one goes on this side. What I don't see is where they go. Oh, those holes? There's some holes at the back. So I have to push those through using a screwdriver. I guess that's what it says to do. Seems like a good way to break them using the screwdriver. But that's what they say, so let's give it a shot. Yep, yeah, this is a good way to break them. Now I dropped it, so I don't remember which one goes where. No, if it's orientated like this, then the yellow one goes here. Yeah, that's right. I don't think it matters a great deal. I mean, who's going to notice if we have the wrong color on the wrong side? But, you know, I guess to officially get a perfect score, we got to get them right. The only person judging the score is ourselves, but, you know, let's try to do it right. I don't see how this screwdriver is supposed to help me push this through. Oh, come on. All right, it feels like it's in. So now, since it feels like it's in, we should be able to push it in with the screwdriver. There it is. Do you see the glass coming through there? That's what we just did. All right, let's do it on the other side. Same thing. All right. Got to get it to kind of feel that it's hooked, and then you can push it from a different angle. I see that I'm again off camera. It's like, even though I move this camera, my hands are still ending up off of it. Felt it was in there for a second, but then it came out. All right, that's in. There's the part that's going to go to the circuit board. Okay. Oh, and we're going to attach the next light. So P13 is this piece, right? So this is the last circuit board piece. So there's just another light that goes on the top. Searchlight it's called. And that searchlight is C7. It's another red piece. It must be this piece, right? There's nothing else it could be. Yep. That's C7, all right. Didn't I say I was going to put the emery board back there every time so I wouldn't lose it? You know what? These are not very important to file. This is just going to sit on top. Two more P29s. Of course. Of course, right? Two more P29s. How else are you going to attach anything to this bugger but P29s? All right. Do I put the lights in first? Looks like they want the lights in first. So I don't see a hole on the top. I guess the light is going to come out there. I'm not sure I even see a hole on the inside, but I'll push it in there. I guess it's going to, I'm going to feel like a pop when it goes in there. No, I don't feel anything. It just basically sits in there. I was hoping there would be like a hole at the end. Let me see if I get some light here. Yeah, there is a hole at the end. So it comes out this hole. There's a hole on the inside, it comes out that hole. So I got to push that in there. But it didn't feel like it could be, and I'm worried that I could break it. It doesn't, yeah, it does show the screwdriver. So they are saying use the screwdriver again. But I'll tell you, it didn't feel like it was going anywhere. No, that is not moving. All right, let's take a look in the light. It's not coming through. What do you think? Should we keep pushing? Because we might break it. Anything in the chat? Nobody's giving me advice. I think if I don't push it through, it's going to fall out. See, look at that. It's going to fall out. But I think if I do push it in, it's going to break because it's not going to fit. All right, let's try to read the angle. No, this is a circle. This is a hex. So they're really not compatible. So I don't know how hard I should push this thing. I'll give it one decent push. See if it's not moving at all. Let's try the other one. That one's too fat. That's not going to work. And this one does look like what they show in the picture. But if I push that in too hard, all I'm going to do is break it. But it also can't go too far. There's only another like 1/4 inch that it can go. But can it break while traveling that 1/4 inch? That is not going anywhere. I'm not going to push it any further. Just did not fit through. But it's plastic, right? Plastic should mold a little bit. It's not going in. I'm looking in the light to see if it's poking out at all, and it is not. But I don't care. If I push it, I'm going to break it. I don't feel it's any movement happening. So I'm not going to try to make it happen. I'm not going to force it. Which could result in this light falling out at some point. But if that happens, we'll take it apart, fix it, try again, whatever. All right, there's an X, and the X points forward to the same location as the eyes. There's slots on the side that fit in. I'm hoping to hear a click. Yeah, I got one side in. Got both sides in. Now I'll do the screws. Yeah, that can fall right out. But I couldn't push it in without breaking it, so that's life. Like trying to get this screw in between these wires. Let me fold the wires out of the way. I wonder if you can see anything on camera, because I certainly can't see anything in person. Felt it moving. All right, I got one of the screws in. I felt the whole thing moving, not the lights. All right, try for the second screw. Where the heck? There it is. So if I had to guess what happened in that show, I would guess that Pepsi Where's My Jet. I would guess that the old investor guy influenced the young guy to want the jet. I mean, I'm sure the guy wanted the jet. I mean, who wouldn't? But influenced him to stick with the plan. And I'm not saying that anything in the show is not accurate. I mean, I'm sure he told the guy, come up with a business plan or whatever, but that's part of it. I mean, isn't that part of recruiting the right person for the job? Seeing if they're willing to do it with some encouragement. I mean, you're not like a slave driver, like whipping them. I mean, part of taking on the job needs to be that, you do it with a little encouragement, even if that encouragement is just like putting the ball in their court and see what they do with it. Is that a good answer? Let's just put it this way. One of them's a millionaire investor and the other one's like a 18-year-old kid. I mean, which one you think was, had more influence in the situation? All right. I believe now they're working with that bottom piece. No. Are they? Is there any other piece that could be? Yeah, that's C5. So actually we're working with one of the wings. So forget about this and forget about this. We're now working with a wing, particularly this wing. I feel like we're close to the end, except for that it doesn't work. The wings don't flutter, and not everything's cabled up. So, like we're near the end of assembling the pieces, but then we're gonna have to get into troubleshooting and making it work, which could be the longest part of the process. But I could do it on the stream because, what else I got to do? I mean, you can choose to stop watching once it's assembled, or you can choose to stick around to see if we can get it to work. All right. C5, you're going to get attached to B10 and B6 using another P29. All right. There's the P29, the most popular screw in this construction. This thing is moving backwards back into the bag. I don't know if that's like static electricity doing that. All right, B10 and B6. There's B10. There's B6. That's cool. Some cool pieces. Shouldn't there be a second one of these for the other wing? Oh, there's the second one. B13. All right, but for now, B10. Not that it would matter. You probably could use either pair. I do see there's notches going in different directions. So you definitely want to use the right ones, but like, I'm sure you could jam in the wrong ones. I'm sure you could make them work if you had to, but let's do it correct. All right. There's B10. This is B6. Yeah. 4 connectors. Unbelievable. I think 2 connectors would have done the job, but they chose to do 4, putting my eyes at risk as I make 4 cuts. All right. All right, so they have notches. It almost looks like an SD card. You basically got to line up the notches. But it's a hexagon inside of a hexagon, so once you sort of read which way it goes, it should be pretty easy, you would think, right? It's so far not going in. Probably got to sand this piece. And so they put 4 notches, 4 connectors. That means I got to sand 4 connectors. Yet another argument for them only doing 2. All right. Line up the SD-ish pieces and pop it in there. Now it's in. And now we need our screw because we're going to put it in here. This one also has notches. Like, I'm sure if you did the other set, you could make it work. But anyway, this is the correct way to do it. And I'm going to guess that the next thing we do is build the other wing. There you go. All right, what's next? Oh, build the other wing. What a freaking surprise. 4 more connectors. I'm keeping this far enough away from my eyes so I have room to squint. Because I don't know how I'm going to work with goggles, reading glasses, and distance glasses like all at the same time. All right. So B13 and B7, are those the 2 pieces? Yes, of course they are. They only have 3 connectors on the big piece, but they have 4 connectors on the little piece. There was some like exciting news today. I don't know if I'm supposed to mention it on the air, and we have to decide what we have to do. Basically, eBay wants to come with a film studio and film my wife working at her desk and talk to her for 2 hours. I guess they're going to turn it into like a 3-minute video. So, and I'll tell you, they don't even know half the story because I've been getting these review items, I think, for 4 months now, and you can't sell them until 6 months. So in 2 months, I could start selling these. It's going to work out, I think, perfectly for her if eBay makes her like a high-profile seller, and then all of a sudden, 2 months after that, the pipeline turns on. You see what I was talking about with that, where's my Pepsi? And part of the finding the right person is just putting the ball in their court and seeing what they do with them. See, that's like a reason why, because we haven't decided yet what we're going to say to eBay, but that's like a reason why we should do it. I mean, what more do you want? It's like they're offering you, like, why are you doing it? Like, if you're doing sales, you must want someone to know you're doing sales so they can buy the items. So I think that we should do it, right? That's like putting the ball in your, that's even beyond putting the ball in your court. Putting the ball in your court would be like opening up the applications. They like literally invited her to do this. So that's like beyond it. You would at that point be rejecting an opportunity if you didn't do it. I mean, I shouldn't say that. It's her decision, but that's the way I feel about it. Like, someone's offering, like, you're trying to do sales, someone's offering you the chance to raise the profile of your sales account. Like, what reason is there not to do it? You also get $300. I think a $300 gift card or something like that. I mean, not that that's the, I mean, I think the real prize is the exposure, but it's, I mean, $300 for 2 hours work, but really it's more than 2 hours work because, right, the way we do it currently, the photography and the shelving are in one space and the computer's in another. So we would have to move the computer. But that's not going to be as hard as it seems because we already had plans to do that. So we're going to have like the computer, the shelving, and the photography all in one room, which is basically the basement. So it would be actually really easy, you know, and I think it even makes sense. Like, where else would you do your eBay work from but like the basement? I guess the other option is the garage, but I have a gym set up there. Too bad someone doesn't come and film my gym, but I guess I am. I guess I'm the one filming my gym, like making my own videos and posting them, which is how I got the review account, which I then turned into also doing these puzzles. So if anyone ever like you might look at my channel and like I think my like most watched video has like 400 views and my average video probably has like 8 views. And you might think, oh, that's garbage. Why even do that? You know, I can't really tell you why. I can just tell you that it does work. And I didn't intend for it to work. I just was doing it because like I was buying this gym equipment and I was working out my kids, and just to increase the fun of this like gym equipment and having a gym in my house, we started making videos. But that led to items to review and chances to expose, you know, and like I don't know, it just like opens up opportunities. For some reason, like I don't know if other social media sites are the same, but at least in terms of YouTube, we like made a channel, uploaded some videos, and then it's like you're part of something as soon as you do that. People start contacting you and offering you stuff. I don't know. That's we don't know. We didn't research it. We're not like we never went to any YouTube conventions. We don't know what we're doing. We just started uploading videos and people like them. Although I gotta say that when I watched my own videos, there were a couple of things that I liked about them. One is often when a person does a fitness video, they put like their face in the shot and their like whole body in the shot. And what that does is it reduces the size of the equipment in the shot and you can't get a good look at it. Now, if you have a multi-camera shoot, you can like go back and forth and have one guy doing close-ups on the equipment. But really, why do you ever need to be in the shot? The people want to see the equipment. So I think that that was good. And then the second thing, it's not going to sound correct now because now I've been doing videos for 6 months and I guess I didn't have voice training. But if you go back and watch my original videos, my voice sounds great. And I feel like right now I need to go to some like there's a speech pathologist like 2 blocks from my house. So I feel like that's a sign I should go there because I don't want to end up like Alex Jones, who I mean I know he was doing like 4 hours a day, but he obviously destroyed his voice. So I need to learn how to like speak for 2 hours a day if I'm going to be speaking for 2 hours a day. Because my voice sounded great in those early videos, and now it's already starting to sound scratchy, and I can't do that. I can't destroy my voice over. I mean, yes, it's nice to have a YouTube channel, but it's not worth losing my voice over. But maybe I can learn how to speak and how to breathe and how to do this without hurting myself. So I got to look into that. All right. So P30 comes from bag 7. It's black screws. And I believe those are the screws that are rattling around here that fell out of their bag a couple of days ago. And just reach in there and grab a couple of screws. Do I just need 2 screws? 2 screws to attach 2 wings? I think so. So this wing is 6 and this wing is 7. But for some reason on the panel where they're attaching them, they're both labeled 7. I'm just going to assume that that's an error. And one of them is really 6. And what I have to do, I think, is look at the image. There's a little like grid pattern here. And if I line up the grid pattern, then the wings go like this. And if I flip them over, there's the 2 screw attachments. So this is how they go. And they're going to attach, I believe, to this part. So those must be the attachment points. So I got my screws. They're squares. So I have to, they're actually not squares. I don't know what that shape is called. It's flat on 3 sides and round on 1 side, which is good. It means I can't mess up the insertion. It only is going to fit one way. And that is the way. Why did it sound like I was quoting Mandalorian for a second? No, they say this is the way. This is the way. That is the way. This is the way. I think they say this is the way. Mando. Disney Plus, check it out if you haven't already. I think you probably have. I mean, if you found my channel on YouTube, you definitely found Mandalorian first. Or you're a Star Wars hater, maybe a Trekkie, something like that. If you're a Trekkie, would you watch my channel before you watched Disney Plus? Well, I believe, is it on Paramount? All the Star Trek stuff, Paramount Plus, is that correct? So maybe you have Paramount Plus and you don't have Disney Plus. Are they like enemies or frenemies? I'm not really sure. Aren't all companies owned by the same people these days? It's like those pension fund holding companies. They like basically vote the stock of every company in the world, which I don't see how that's like a good idea. That sounds like something that was never meant to happen. But at the same time, it clearly did. Like I remember George Bush, the second George Bush that was president, wasn't he the first one to float putting Social Security into stocks? And but I shouldn't say that because I'm sure it's been brought up in discussions before. What really matters is who's the person who actually did it. Was it Obama? I don't know who. I guess it was either Bush or Obama. The only other choice would be Trump. And I feel like I would have known if that's something Trump did. Like they impeached him over like the stupidest shit, like some documents or some Ukraine call. And it's like Biden's son is like taking $2 billion out of Ukraine. I think. Yeah, that's what I heard. Don't quote me. But like they're impeaching Trump. Like Biden's on conference in Ukraine saying fire the prosecutor, and his son's got signing these huge contracts. But somehow Trump is in trouble with Ukraine. That seems ridiculous. But anyway, so they impeached Trump over Ukraine, and they impeached Trump over this and that. And I feel like if Trump had been the one who switched Social Security money into the stock market, I think we would have heard about that. So it probably was either Bush or Obama. So basically now everybody's money's in the stock market, and whoever's in charge of the voting stock is basically running everything if they so choose to. I mean, they have the ability. They've got the voting stock. I believe it's the common stock that's the voting stock. You determine what you can do with the assets. This is why you had like corporate raiders in the 80s, like liquidating companies to turn them into cash. Whereas there's some like bond stock where if the company goes bankrupt, like you get paid first, but you don't control the company. It's more like the company's job is to give you money, whereas when you have the common stock, you own the company. But if you're owning the company through your pension, then it's someone else who's actually voting. It's almost like, why would you do that? Like, if you're gonna have the common stock, you should be in charge of it. If you're not gonna have the common stock, you should have the stock with the guaranteed payments. Like, it seems to me like buying common stock through a pension plan is like the worst of both worlds. It's like you're not in control and you're not guaranteed any money and you're not even prioritized any money. Like, who came up with this plan? This is a shit plan. And this is being selected by all these huge entities to put people's pension in. Are these people stupid, or is it all, I don't want to sound too much like Alex Jones, but like people who are supposed to be looking out for you, I don't think you can count on them to look out for you. I think you got to look out for yourself, sadly. I say sadly because you and we're probably normal people and we think like we shouldn't screw others and we should be helpful and everybody should win and we create win-win relationships. But unfortunately, a lot of people in the world don't operate like that. And the sad thing is when you don't have a blind justice system that's going to back you up, then those criminals, they grow in power instead of becoming weaker. Instead of being committing a crime, getting caught and being set straight, they instead like growing in power, especially when those crimes don't break the law. And I know you're thinking like, well, how could it be a crime if it doesn't break the law? It breaks, let's say, the law as you would read it if you filtered it down to not laws written on paper, but laws that people know. I don't want to use universal law because that sounds too hippie-ish, and I don't want to say like Bible law because that sounds like religious zealot. But let's say ethics. You just know that you're not supposed to take someone's money. But when they codify it into legal terms, it'll be like you're not supposed to take someone's money unless you tell them first. So it's like in the fine print, or it's like it's in some terms of service that you don't have time to read, or it's like you got to sign this to apply for that, or to go to college, or to get a job. And basically, it's just like got everyone signing all these papers and signing all their rights away. But that doesn't make it right. Just because you got someone's name on a signature and just because it's technically legal doesn't absolve you from being a criminal in my eyes. And I know that that's not the definition of criminal, but it should be. Because if you reduce the law to, I'm a big fan of Jesus. He said, love God in your heart, and mind and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. And that's really what you got it. Like, I don't mind, you could write all the contracts you want, but it shouldn't be that when you go to a judge, he reads the contract and is like, well, you signed it. No, no. Yeah, they signed it. And this is kind of a general agreement. But if something's messed up and they can prove it, then it should be fixed. It shouldn't be like, I shouldn't say this because I work with corporate lawyers and they probably want their contracts backed up in a court of law. But I think personally that ethics should trump. You know, these contracts are nice to the extent that people agree, yeah, okay, I agree to that. But at some point, they become like you're destroying these people for no reason, and that can't possibly be legal. I wish I had a good example at the top of my head. It sounds like I should. So maybe like two companies have an agreement. Okay, they won, they lost, they get the 10 million, but they both keep operating. That's like a fair and square. You can go by the contract, haha, we won, we were smarter than you. But sometimes the contract is like the corporation signs a contract with a country and some official was bribed and they did some mining and it caused cancer and a bunch of people died in some third world country. Contracts should not hold up there. I mean, it's like you did something that killed people and they didn't even get a chance because it was their corrupt official who signed the document. That contract should not that should not be allowed, in my opinion. That could be allowed. I mean, you could sign it, but it should not be upheld in the court of law. The court of law should be like, you killed people, you're a criminal. You're beyond the criminal. You're like a piece of shit. My personal opinion is that, as I've just stated. All right, so now is the time to attach the top to the bottom and to hook into the circuit board, which means now is the time to take off the undercarriage, which means now is the time to investigate the crank underneath that isn't turning. So we're going to get to all of that right now. One thing I don't remember is which screws to undo. I think it's these three, because there's like 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 13 screws under here, but I believe it's these three that release just this. But what I don't know, yeah, I don't think the other screws have even been used. So it's got to be those three. All right, give me a minute. I probably should have started doing this before I made my speech, and then the time would have been filled. But I think you got the idea. It's like killing people is bad. Are we agreed on that? So two companies make a contract. One of them's smarter than the other, and therefore they get the 10 million, or they get the contract, or they get the, the foothold in the city or whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the sport of business. But like, I heard about one thing where like the NBA signed some contract with two brothers, and therefore they get like 50 million a year in perpetuity. I mean, I don't buy that. That's not a simple game of like, you won. Like maybe the first 50 million, or maybe even the first like 250 million, but like 50 million a year in perpetuity, that sounds dirty to me. That sounds like either the court should get rid of it, or the brothers should stop trying to enforce it, or someone should, or maybe there's more to the story. Like maybe they're getting more out of that deal than we realize. The people paying the money. I shouldn't go that. That's conspiratorial. Also, the problem with me is personally, I can never comment on anything, any company or any league or anything, because they probably have some contract with my company. So basically, I'm never allowed to comment on anything specific. I can only comment on theoretical stuff. So even what I said about that contract, forget that I said that, whatever that contract is, it is. But as a theoretical concept, if you're not providing any service, but you're making millions of dollars every year, it probably shouldn't go, yeah, this is the body. They just had us take off the undercarriage because we need to hook up this top part, which has wings and it has lights. And these lights need to go into this circuit board. And then these two posts,
circuitry here?
yeah, and then these two posts go in here to get the electricity.
I think this is
I'm telling you, it's cool. When I was doing this project, I was saying this is almost like putting together a video game controller.
Yeah.
All these tiny screws, all these tiny circuits. And then I was wondering, like, do they make a kit to make your own video game controller? Do you know the answer?
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know the answer?
No, there's definitely no.
We should make one. We should make one and we should sell it, and it'll be the hot Christmas toy.
Okay.
Like, it'll be just like this kit for making this Beetle, except you'll make your own Xbox controller.
Okay.
And then you can start souping them up. You can get options for them. You can like tinker with them. You can put your own circuit boards. Like people build their own computers. They should be building their own controllers. We should contact these people tomorrow.
The whole entire part of consoles is that like they're easy.
Yes. We're going to destroy that. We're going to make them difficult because that's more fun. They've been easy long enough. Okay, so we're going to attach this to this. There's the circuit board. Just give me a minute to study what we're actually going to do here. All right, so we took the undercarriage off. We got our 3 screws. One of them is still in here. So now, before assembly, arrange the wires in order as shown. Arrange the wires in order as shown. All right, the order is this one goes here, and this one goes like kind of here. It's not really much of an order, but that's how they want it. You can see the picture there. So basically, this double one goes between the eyes, and this single one goes on the outside. Now, completed as shown. All right, now we're going to attach this piece to this piece. And there's one main part. I believe that's it. I believe that's the part. So that's going to go, I believe, to that hole in the middle. And maybe this is even going to come out the top. There's two other posts here. They're going to line up. I don't know what they're going to line up with. Probably the bottom, probably something on the bottom, which we're not attaching yet. So let's just get this one post in. I'll tell you, it's really tight here to get this post in. We're not going that far in. All right, I think I got it. And the wires are there. Yeah, that looks good. Does the post come out the top? No, and it never will, because that red piece is at the top. Can I get it a little bit in so that I can get the screw to reach? Is there a screw involved? There's no screw involved. No, there is. There's a P29, which is one of these gold screws that we've been working with all day. The last 3 days. Get one of those out. Drop it in there. And if it catches, and if we screw it, then these pieces are going to stay together. How can I get to it? I put my thumb on the wrong side. I got to spin around to the other side. My thumb was blocking where the screw needs to go. All right, let's get that screw in there. It's in. All right. So we're going to test. We're going to turn it upside down, hold it by the top, maybe this light on the top, and see if, and shake it around and see if the bottom falls out. If it doesn't, then this screw did what it's supposed to do. If it does, then we got to try again. All right. I think it's working. Didn't fall out, didn't jiggle. I think we're good. Now, why are they not telling us to hook up those cables? Can you believe, like, we're going to hook up cables like 2 panels later? Like, we're going to do a little diversion and attach some parts here, B3 and D1. I mean, couldn't that wait until after we do the circuitry? Anyway, whatever. Let's do what they say. They're the boss. I mean, they printed a piece of paper. They must, like, really know what they're doing. D1 and B3. Seems like really a diversion to be doing this right now, but whatever. All right, that's D1. That looks like a piece, you know, it's translucent. It looks like a piece that light is going to flow through, which is making me really wish we'd gotten this light to punch up into the top, which we didn't, because that's where we're going to attach. But we tried, and it wouldn't go. And I think if we tried any harder, we would have broke it, but maybe we should have. All right, that's already cut. I seem to have that problem a lot. I cut it, and I don't feel that it's out, and I keep cutting for no reason. All right. So this, and then B3. This is B. This should be B3, right? Yep, that's B3. This little cone-ish piece is B3. Which direction? So the little tapered part goes in here. Wow, I really wish we'd gotten that bulb in. Can we still? No, we're gone. We're past that. It's not come. Well, the good news is it's not going to come out. The bad news is we don't get a chance to improve it. You know what? I think we were correct in not pushing it through because this needs to go there. Anyway, we couldn't have pushed it in if we wanted to. So this is going to kind of pick up. Hopefully we at least got it flush so that the bulb attaches to that translucent piece we just put in, and then the light will carry and hopefully come out the front. We're going to find out. All right, so we put that on. Now we attach the circuit. And it's a very simple attachment. The big one goes in the middle, the small one goes on the right. And they're saying make sure you push it in all the way. Completed as shown, need to be pinched tightly. All right, let's pinch them tightly. Just kind of take a second to read how the posts go in there. It's kind of tough to even see in there. And I think I got it. So this is incorrect. No, incorrect is incomplete. We need to pinch it. We get it in, it's correct, then we pinch it, and it makes all the connections. I should call Nick back here. He probably would enjoy to do this. When he was here, I should have asked him, but now it's only one left and it's halfway in, so I'm not going to bother. But the next time I have a kit like this, I'll ask him to do it. Am I doing this one backwards? Yeah, that one was backwards. Good thing we didn't pinch that one. Something about the wires on this one, they're like twisting against the way we need to go. Anyway, we eventually got it. All right, circuit board is hooked up. I assume we could put the bottom back on now. Doesn't say to yet. Suggest to use screwdriver to assemble terminals. That sounds like a good idea. Let's tap all three with the screwdriver. One. Well, we know the wings worked. We know the wings were in deep enough because they were fluttering before. So these gears were kind of sticking, but they were powered. Do we need to take this off and work on the gears underneath? Maybe with that toothpick to push the grease in there? Not sure. I can sort of get in. I can get in there from this angle with a toothpick and stick more grease in, but I feel like the problem is beyond that. By the way, I can reach more circuits in here and maybe can even work with this thing. I can see the grease on the inside. What is it that I've done wrong? Why is it not spinning? By the way, I just got it to spin. I'm spinning a gear here and one over here spun, so it is passing through, but it's not, it's sticking eventually. And I don't know if I could force it to keep going. Like, look, I move here and this moves. So something is translating, but it doesn't have the full freedom to spin. That middle piece is definitely the problem. And I absolutely cannot see in there, maybe with a flashlight. All right, let's just keep assembling. As I said, we're just going to assemble it, and then offline, I'll take it apart and figure out what's wrong with it. But for tonight, we're just going to assemble it. All right, did we put the bottom back on yet? No, we put the feet on the bottom. Why would we put it back on? Well, let's get the screw out at least. I believe there's one screw still in here. No, all three screws are out. They must have fallen out already. All right, so now we're going to attach legs. First, we're going to attach the legs to themselves because they're in two segments, F2 and F3. A6 is a borrowed part for test steps. What does that mean? Assemble legs into holes more easily as shown directions. Scan QR code for assembly videos. So apparently we're supposed to watch some videos, but I think I could figure the legs out. All right, F2 and E3. So they're like two-part legs. E. There's the tops of the legs. So we're going to have to assemble like 6 legs and then put them in here. So that's going to take a minute. All right, so let's read one of these cards while we're doing that. Who was your first best friend and what did you like about that friendship? His initials were MC. He lived across the street. He went to a different school. So I guess what I liked about it was that he lived across the street, and it was like a reason to go outside, like someone would call for you at the door. I don't know, it was like the 70s. That's kind of like things were different back then. Nowadays, I guess you would like have a chat, and like text someone, but back then you would like look outside your window and see if they were there, and if you didn't see them, maybe you would go like knock on their door and just like see if they're home. All right, F2. This is F2. So maybe that's what I liked about it, but maybe that's in a memory form. I'm not sure I would want to redo that. Things definitely seem more efficient these days. I don't know. Really hard to say. About him personally, we moved away when I was in the 8th grade. And I think I ran into him a couple of times, but not much after that. So I can't even really say. It's kind of like, how much do I even remember from those days? I'm trying to understand how this. There's a post at both ends, and I'm trying to figure out which post goes in here. I think it's this one. But then even once I figured that out, which direction does it go in? Well, there's a curve on it, and this is a circle. So that should match, but it still could be like this. But that seems asinine. I think it's like this. But I'm not really sure. Let's assemble it and then kind of look at it. What do you think? Does that look correct? In the picture, it looks like straight. Somehow we've assembled it and it looks curved. Like it looks like an L. Like, how is that possibly correct? Well, I think that this one is curved. But looking at the picture, it's curved like going backwards. Yeah, I can't find a way to make this picture make sense. Unless I actually stick it into this thing, then maybe I'll understand it, but that does not look right. But they're the right pieces, right? E3? Did I take E3? Yeah, I took E3. So why does it look so incorrect? It's like the leg is facing the wrong way. I think I have to do it this way, maybe. Now it's facing the right way. Yeah, that looks much better. All right. I don't know how I didn't see that. Okay. Now we're going to stick this to the body. Where does it go? Here's the piece. Maybe here. Yeah, there's even a little notch. That's definitely it. All right, we got to do that kind of 6 times. I think that friend question was a dud because, it's just like your first friend. Well, I actually think there was another friend before that. It was female, and we went to the same like preschool. So basically, my mom was like friends with her mom. And I think that at the time, I didn't think anything of that I was a boy and she was a girl. But then when we went to preschool, I somehow figured out that like the boys sit at this table and the girls sit at that table, and that I should have a boy as a best friend. So that was kind of odd. I feel like I was like pranked, that my mom set up this system where I was like playing with a girl, when I was like 2 and 3 years old, which would have been fine if things had continued that way. But then I go to school and you sit at the boys' table, and now I'm like, well, then why was I hanging out with a girl for like the previous 2 or 3 years? Like, to me, that was kind of like I'd been pranked. Um, but again, I was probably 4 years old, so probably wasn't that big a deal. But it was a slight deal. There was ground to make up. If I'd hung out with boys the first 2, 3 years, I probably would have learned more like boyish stuff. Where's the hell are the legs? All right, I'm looking for F1. F1 is right here. That's F1. All right, let's look at the next question. Is there something that makes you feel guilty? If so, how do you handle it? Something that makes me feel guilty. If so, how do I handle it? Well, if it makes me feel guilty, I would imagine that I would have already not be doing that thing. Like, I'm still doing it and it makes me feel guilty. That's kind of odd. Maybe something that I have little control over. But it's something that I do, not something that I don't do. It would probably be easier to think of something that I don't do that makes me feel guilty. Like, I don't solve the homelessness problem or something like that. Like, something that I actively do that I feel guilty about. That's odd. That's an odd question to even ask. Like, why would you assume that someone has something that they would feel guilty about? I wouldn't assume that. I would think, like, is there anything you struggle with? Maybe that I would like probably phrase it. I've had things like that in the past, but I don't think I felt guilty about them. I think I felt like stupid about them. Guilty would probably be if it affected someone else. Like, if it affects yourself, you would feel stupid, but if it affected someone else, you'd probably feel guilty. All right, E6 and F5. So I'm basically just doing all three legs. It's going to be boring. E6 through F5. Well, the whole show is boring, right? E6 and F5. All right, here's E6. Guilty. Oh, there was something. When I did the comic book. For example, we have a 14-year-old car. And when I made the comic book, I thought, oh, it's not a big deal. I'll just stick with the same car longer. And by not buying a car, I'll have the money to do a comic book. And I decided that, and it didn't seem like a big deal at the time. So, like, now when you hear me, like, complaining, wishing that I'd bought the Chevy Suburban and be able to drive my kids while they're in high school, I mean, that's my own fault. If I hadn't made Electromagnet comic, I would have probably bought Chevy Suburban. I would have had the money. And then I would have drive my kids to AAU and to track meets in a Chevy Suburban, and things would have went just like I had once dreamed them. So that was definitely my fault. I feel guilty. So I feel guilty that I didn't get them the Chevy Suburban for the family, but I feel guilty of something. So that's like a negative. But what I did do is I made the comic, and that cost money. But I've resolved that. So, for example, on Vin Duty, the progress goes much slower because I'm doing not just the writing, editing, and publishing myself, I'm also doing the art. So Vin Duty goes very slowly because I do the art myself, but by doing the art myself, I lower costs and I don't have to feel guilty. And it was going pretty good until I started this live stream, because the same time that I would use for the live stream, I would use for Vin Duty. In fact, I think even less time. I think this live stream, putting all these puzzles together, frankly, takes more time than I even have to be spending. So Vin Duty's really slowed down lately. And frankly, I got to get back to it. I should have some nights where I just, that's the project. Assembling, not assembling, but creating Vin Duty. Like, I'll like do a screen share and you just like watch me make a comic book. And I'll chat while I'm doing that. All right. So, I feel like I need to drink like hot honey tea before I start this stream. And maybe my voice will be better. Or maybe I just have to learn how to use my voice correctly. I think I need to at least watch some videos on that. All right, F7 is the next piece. There it is. Only 2 more legs after this. It's tricky to do these legs. They're not as like straightforward as you would think. Like even this one. Like, is that going to be correct? Does that look correct? I'm not sure. Well, I'll find out when I drop it in. I mean, it's unlikely I'm going to go 6 for 6 and get them all right. So at some point I'm going to put in a leg. It's going to look wrong and I'm going to redo it. Though so far so good. I think those 4 legs look good. Starting to get a little creepy while I'm adding the legs, by the way. All right, 2 more sets of legs. Next one is E1 and F4. They're getting E1 and F4. So these are the Fs. Where are the E's? All right, E1 and F4. Did they all have this silver paint on them or just the last 2? E1, and now I need F4. Second to last leg. That's weird. So Electromagnet is both like the biggest project I've done and therefore the most proud I should be, but also the thing I feel guilty about because I did it at the expense of, buying a car for my family. Like that was the cost of it. That's interesting. Never thought about that before. All right, where does this go? Goes on this side. That's correct. 5 for 5. We're doing good. It looks good to me anyway. Let's get it in there and take another look. All right. It's not going in for some reason. Maybe I'm not right on this last one. For some reason it's not going in. Get the notch lined up and push it through, right? What is there to do? Come on, get in there. There we go. Why was that so much more difficult than the others? Anyway, 1 more. Almost done with these legs. So I don't need to read the numbers anymore. These are the last 2 legs. And this sheet is done. Amazingly, is this the first sheet we're throwing out? Like, how is it like it took us day 4 to complete a single sheet? I guess the sheets were all over the map. On the wooden ones, they usually kind of go in order. These ones were all over the map, though these last 2 were just the 6 legs, like the 6 thighs and the 6 like feet and calves, whatever you want to call them. So now there's 2 sheets done. So for 3.5 days, we got no sheets done. Then we got 2 sheets done very quickly. All right, how's this go? There is a notch. Yeah, that's a notch. So it should be easy, right? I guess this is how I managed to not mess up yet. Whether I realized it or not, there were notches. There we go. There's all 6 legs. All right, do we put the undercarriage back on yet? Let's see. This whole page was just attaching legs. Now, what is going on the next page? What is that little piece? I think it says, is it showing tabs on this piece? Does it like slide in? There's no screws. All right, so this little cutout here is gonna get something, whatever B4 is, but there's no screws involved. And it says to sand the edges. All right, where's B4? Is that it? That is B4. So we need to cut it, sand it, somehow stick it in there. What is this stupid little piece? Oh, you can mess this up. There are little tabs, but you don't want to cut them. They're painted red. That's kind of a, hopefully will prevent you from cutting too deep. But if they were black, people would easily cut those incorrectly. All right. What is this? Do these bugs have eyes in their... Wait, the eyes are here. What are these? Do they have like a second set of eyes? Anyway, supposedly that's going to drop right in after we sand it, I guess. Definitely want to sand that down. Get it nice and smooth. Other side, not as important. But this side that's going to drop in needs to be sanded. All right, so it's going to drop in, and with no screws, it's going to stay there. Okay, I see why why it doesn't need screws. Because it's going to get pressed up against the bottom of that, and it's going to get kind of locked in there. What is it, like its nose, its mouth? I'm not sure what those two like things are. They're red, like the spots on the legs. I think it's the mouth, maybe. It's got to be, right? Either nose or mouth. All right, the next step is put this here and admire it. Okay, well, that's very nice. I admire it. All right, now we're moving into the final phase here, because if you look at this picture, it shows the completed object. All right, so wires. They want us to play with wires. Before assembly, please arrange wires in order as shown to avoid blocking the holes. Red and black clamp as shown, yellow and white wires as shown. All right. Okay. I think all they're saying is push the wires to the side. Yeah. Don't have the wires block the holes. That's all they're saying. And then we're going to finally screw this back on. So we don't want the wires to get pinched. All right. Did everything stay where it was? I don't know. All right, it should be 3 screws here. There's the third one. So we're going to screw this back on. It actually doesn't say to do that. Assemble screws P30 in the shadow holes. But what about the original screws? Holes have spare. You can assemble screws in these shadow holes. It doesn't show us replacing the original 3 screws, but I'm going to do that because I think it would be insane not to. I'm not even sure. Is this where they went? I don't know. I remember the 2 back ones. I don't remember the front one. Anyway, that screw seemed like it went in, so whatever. All right, and they need a bunch more of these black screws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, they are including these 2 that I'm putting in part of those 6. Or are they 7? It's 7. No, it's like 8. There's 8 screws here. So 3 of them we're replacing, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 5 we're adding. So basically we're just really screwing this thing on right now. You know, it doesn't even really matter. I guess it's just a little tighter if you put in 8 screws than 3. But really, it's not going anywhere. All right, let's do 8 more screws to the extent that we have. If we haven't run out of screws yet, yeah, let's go ahead and put them in there. All right, what bag does that come from? Bag 7. Bag 7 is the bag that emptied out into this box. So we should be able to find all the screws we need rolling around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there a 5th screw in here somewhere? It's got to be, right? There's the emery board. All right, I don't see a 5th screw. Maybe it's slid into another bag. Did they really not give us an extra? Maybe it's still in 7. Did one of them stay in there? There's 8. That's pretty close. I'm just going to put in the 4 screws for now, and if there's an extra 8 left at the end, I'll use that. But we're supposed to be using P30s, which come from bag 7. So, which one do we skip? I guess we got to do this middle one. That's the one between the wires. In fact, I want to do all 3 around the wires, but I feel like I can't because I also want to do those 2 on the sides. There's 3 within an inch here, so I'll skip one of those until I find the screw. I'm confident that that missing screw will turn up at some point. All right. Wow. 0 for 2. Is this like really so difficult? I just dropped it 3 times in a row. The screw is not going in. Are they all supposed to get P30s? Seems like it. Well, I definitely think I picked the right angle going for those side ones because it seemed like it needed some pinching to before it caught. Whereas in the front between the wires, it's right there. So I think 2 out of 3 ain't bad for in the front there. But these sides definitely needed pieces. Screws. The sides definitely needed screws. I'm really surprised that I don't have an extra one of these screws. Like, Even if I dropped one, you think that they would have included an extra. I mean, such a tiny screw and so many of them, and there's no extra. How do they know they're not going to mess up and leave one out? All right, this is the side in the back that had to reach the furthest, so I'm going to give it a screw in the front. All right, so one more screw there. If we find that screw, we'll put it in. I'm just going to scan around right now, particularly the similar looking bag, to see if maybe it like fell in there, like fell out of one bag and fell into another. No, those all have fat heads. There are 3 extra of a different type of screw. Wow, and there's like 2, there's like, I have like 4 different type of screws left, if you can believe it. 5 even. What is going on here? Oh, we got a lot of screws left, but none of them, or do they? Is one of them the one we need right now? I think this one's gonna work, but I don't want to use it and then I need it for somewhere else. But yeah, I think it's a little fatter. The ones we were working with were skinnier. I'm not gonna use that. All right, what's next? Pay attention to the direction. What are we attaching here? We're putting on some little like pipes on the side. B1, B2, and B5. Are we only putting them on one side? Let's see here. Yeah, it's only on one side. See those hex there? That's where they go. B1, B2, and B5. Those are D's. This is them. There's 4 of them, by the way, but we only need 3 of them. 1, 2, and 5, and there's a 5 plus. Don't ask me why there's a 5 plus. But let's just start with B1. Hmm. 3 connection points, but it fell out after 2. It says pay attention to direction. Well, I don't know about direction, but the small side goes on the bottom. I think that's the only direction there is. Small side goes on the bottom, big side goes on the top. And that's actually kind of obvious if you look at the receptors. Kind of far apart. Do I need to pinch them to make this work? Garbage truck outside. It must be past midnight. What time is it? 12:51. Oh no. That's late. Didn't think we were going that late. All right, I got this piece in. All right, now B2 and B5. I have no idea why there's a B5 plus. Maybe we'll find out when we turn the page. Ah, so the third connector is fake. There's like a post there, but there's no connector. Wow. I think I gotta pick these up with the needle nose pliers. I can't fit my fingers in that tiny area. Maybe the pliers will help. I'm worried they could damage the paint job though on these little things. Definitely helps for getting it started. Yeah, no, that worked. Needle nose pliers, that was the way to go. All right, B5. B5 or B5 plus? B5. B5. I think B5 plus is just an extra piece. I don't know. Could be. All right. Dropped it. Gotta set that up again. The long end on top, short end on bottom. Try to get this attached. There we go. Definitely needle nose pliers for these last three pieces. There they are. All right, let's turn the page, see what the next instruction is. All right, so that B5 plus is just an extra piece. We got a ton of extra screws, but somehow not the one screw that we needed. Let me just look for the skinniest screw that I can find and stick it into that spot. I wonder if I could put the gold screw in there, and if the only problem will be that it's the wrong color. This seems like a bag with a lot of extras in it, but none of those extras are the one we need. And the one we're missing is from this bag 7, which spilled out. Bag 8. We barely used this bag 8. I think there's some fat and some skinny screws in here. I think this bag 8, look at that. You see there's different sizes? I think that's a 7 in there. I think that theory that some of the ones that fell out ended up in bag 8 is accurate. It's either that or they're just extras. Look at there's different sizes here. See? So I'm going to take the skinny one. You know, at this point, I don't even need to put it back in the bag. We're done, other than attaching it to the base. And I'm just going to see if this screw will go into that one space that we have left, which is this space right here. It fits. Yeah, I don't know how that screw got in bag 8. That was a 7. All right, this is done. This, we built it. It's complete. Now we just put it back on the base and we're done, right? I just threw a piece, and by the way, it was a leg of this thing. Did any legs come unattached? Yep, one of the legs came unattached. I think I was like dropping it so many times when I was trying to get those last 3 pieces on. It probably was falling on the legs, and one of them came undone, which means it probably was never connected that good in the first place. All right. All right, here we go. We're going to attach it. I believe it goes in this way, and then we spin it. No, it goes in this way, and then we spin it. That's right. That's it. This way, and then we spin it this way. No, this way. That's it. We did it. Oh my goodness! The wings flap! Oh my goodness. Nick! Nick, come here. Nick, come back.
What?
Come back, come back. Okay. Sit down here.
Ooh.
And then press that button.
Wait, where's the button?
The button is right under its mouth.
Ooh.
Spin it around, take a look at it. There's a bunch of like lights on it and the wings fly.
Oh, they're like turning?
Yeah. I'm gonna go show this one. Look at that plutonium thing in the back is spinning. And this thing is spinning. And when you spin the base, the compass spins.
There's a lot of spinning stuff here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go show this one. The wings are going nuts.
Whoa.
All right, lift it up to
Is it-
face the camera. Face its face to the camera. Cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's really cool.
You wanna go? You wanna be with me when I show it to Mom?
Yeah.
All right.